Alright, now I have a mic here, and it doesn't sound like I have a mic plugged in. I don't. But I'm gonna wait a few minutes to see if it works with the mic, and then we'll test with the mic. Wait, that's what I'm gonna do. Alright, now I have a mic here, and it doesn't sound like I have a mic plugged in. I don't. But I'm gonna wait a few minutes to see if it works with the mic, and then we'll test with the mic. Wait, that's what I'm gonna do. Alright, let's try out the mic now. Alright, now I have a mic here, and it doesn't sound like I have. Well, let's try out the mic now. Hello. Alright, now I have a mic here. Hello. Hello. Alright, now I have a mic here. Hello. 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 All right. I think we're gonna get started. Hopefully this is kind of a brand new mic, so I have zero viewers, but whatever. People are gonna it's YouTube. People will come in, pop out. It doesn't matter. We're doing this live. All right. So today's the day. I'm gonna check in on this live once in a while to make sure everything is good. Cause how can a this mic not be useful for this? Um. So today we are ranking all 188 movies and 89 films that I saw in the year of 2022. Basically, the 188 films that I saw of the retro films, basically the films that were released before 2022. There are some films I did see that were not in the month they were released. There were some 2022 films I did see that weren't released in the month of that weren't released in the year of 2022, or I didn't like. There were some films I didn't see in their month or their opening weekend, so those films will be included in the list. But I'm not going to talk about them again. So if I come across them in any part of the list, then we'll just speed right through that. But just to be clear here, there's some movies here that I'm probably gonna speed through because I forgot about them. So just to let you know that. But with that said, we're gonna go ahead and get started. But before we do, let me just edit stuff and look at this video to see the sound did not go out. And hopefully this mic does work. With that said, we're gonna go ahead and get started. But before we do, let me just edit stuff and look at this video to see the sound did not go out. And hopefully this mic does work. The sound did not. All right. Now let me just edit this. Okay. Okay. Um. Hmm. Oh wait, I can just do it on here. Okay. So I guess we'll start at 50 content chapters. By the way, I can't do the list of all the movies I've seen. So if you want to go see how many movies I have seen, just look at the past videos and you can tell. And you'll look that it is 188 and 89 films. I think we'll start at 50, which is 5, 10. Okay, so actually, no, let's start at 520. 188 through 181 retro films. All right. So we're starting off with retro films since they have more movies to talk about. And then once we get to the 80s, that's where we'll start. So once we get to 89 through 81, that's when we'll start for new releases, talking about them. So coming in last place at number 188, the worst retro film I saw this year is The Phantom of the Opera. Now, this is a film from the old days, from like the 1920s, and it's a silent movie. Kind of makes sense why this movie would be in last place. It's just boring. I'm not a fan of silent films. Now, there are some silent films that are usually gorgeous, but like the older Mickey shorts, I feel like do better. Feel like silent films work better for animation wise. But when you talk about live action films, silent films, they don't work. So this film just comes in last place. At number 187, we have Broken Blossoms. This is another film from that old age era. And once again, I mean, it starts out having this nice little music that reminds you of that old time, but it just is not good at all. There's no story here. There's nothing exciting about it. And I honestly could not even connect with the story, so comes down below on this list as well. At number 186, and this is actually, and now we're on to movies where I can actually talk about them. 186 is 365 Days. So if you don't know, basically, we had a new film coming out this year called 365 Days on this day. That's another film I missed, though I kind of saw in the opening weekend, but I didn't review it. But it's whatever. It's still part of the retro movies list. But still part of the 2022 list. But basically, the thing that people kept referencing about these movies is that they're basically music videos. If they just kept focusing on sex, on sex, on sex, and that's basically what this movie and 365 Days This Day does. Except I would say that this movie kind of has a better story, but at the same time, it's like, no, it is not good at all. You don't care about the characters. The acting is bad. It's just a bad film. So that's why it comes out on 186. At number 185, the movie I just talked about, 365 Days This Day. I feel like I should put this at number 186 because this movie basically is what I just said, where it's a music video that just focuses on sex, on sex, on sex. And it's literally that. Like, there's no plot, there's no story, there's you don't care about the characters. It's just bland and it's bad. So, once again, I would say 365 Days is probably the better film. Probably need to fix that, but it's whatever. It's 2023. Number 184, and this is 184 is actually a movie I did see recently on New Year's, and it's Impractical Jokers the movie. So I was watching this movie, and I'm not gonna lie, it was just straight up boring. I mean, you have these people just laughing the entire time, doing dumb stuff, and at the same time, it also felt like to me, it felt like I was watching a Jackass movie, where like you don't really have any dumb stuff going on, but you have a lot of dumb stuff. Like you have a lot of dumb stuff going on, but you don't have a lot of dumb people getting hurt or anything. But it's like it's just dumb. It's just a dumb movie where you have people just cracking up at nothing, and it's just I could not get into this movie. It was just so bad. At number 183 is Jackass Presents Bad Grandpa. So, like I said, the Jackass movies are stupid. They're meant to be fun films. This movie does not is not fun. It basically is this old grandpa who dresses up as a woman, wears fake boobs, and like gives people boob milk, breast milk. Like this film is disgusting, and it's also like you include kids in it, and it's like it's just bad, and it also feels like a TLC show or something. Like it doesn't feel like a movie to me. It feels more like a documentary or a TV series for Jackass. Well, technically, Jackass was a series. It technically was, but this movie just did not do well for me. So it comes down below in the bottom 8. And number 182 is After We Fell. So I heard of the After franchise, and it's not exactly the most well received franchise. And this movie, I saw this movie not seeing the other films. And so when I saw this movie, I just saw it as like such. This movie is kind of like how middle school and high school relationships are with like dating, where everybody has problems, but they still are together and they still love each other. And it's like, bruh, you need to stop this because it's like it's not doing well. It's not great. I don't like that. It's not good. So it just comes in last place. Plus the plots were just not great. I probably need to watch the other films to understand what's going on in this movie because it starts out with like this scene where a dad leaves because he's drinking, and then it just cuts to this couple that has problems, and I'm like, bruh, this is just not good. So it comes in at number 183. I mean, 182. But coming and exiting the 80s here is for 181. We have House Party 4. So House Party 4 down to the last minute. So I believe that okay, I don't remember which one it was. I believe this is the one where uh it's kind of like Ferris Bueller. I don't remember which one it was. It's been a while. I remember the first two because I actually remember liking the first two. And pretty much when it got to 3 and 4, it just did not suit well for me. It just was just bad. I mean, it just took this Ferris Bueller storyline and it just was not that interesting. And it's like you don't really care about the characters and it doesn't do anything original with it. It just and that's the thing when you take all these sequels of long lost franchises, they tend to like cast new characters that we don't know, and that's kind of the problem with it. Is like you take a bunch of franchises like uh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you cast new characters in it, and it's just boring, and I don't like that. I really don't. So it comes. That's the 181 film that I put at the top of that list. All right, so we're now done with the first 8. So now we're gonna move on to 180 through 171. So we're pretty much we're almost done. We're kind of almost done. All right, so let me just check the video to see if the sound didn't go out. I'm hoping it didn't. All right, so let me just check the video to see if the sound didn't go out. All right, the sound didn't go out. Let me take a water break because I was just talking a lot. All right. All right, so let me just edit to start 1440. That's a good time. Really no. All right. Wait. Let me check again. Okay. All right. So coming in at number 180 is just as we're talking about House Party 3. And once again, this just kind of where it just told a story. I believe this is the last one they had where they had the original characters from the first two films. but they just did not. They didn't really do a good story with it. It honestly, I don't remember this movie much. I really don't. Let me just check on it real quick. Uh, but yeah, all I remember is that it was just not as good as the first two. And it's like it wasn't as funny. It like I feel like the one with the first two films, like the first one had a simple story, but then you get into the second one and it's like I feel like it was able to balance the tone along with the humor and the um crafty jokes. And then you get into like the last two and they're just not good. In this movie, I can't really describe of why I don't like it, but that's my reasoning of why I don't like it. It's wasn't as good as the first two. I can't explain. I'm sorry. I don't remember it much. But then we get into 179, which is Home on the Range, which this is this is an awful film. They casted Roseanne from the show Roseanne, and they also had all these cows and horses doing like karate chop action, and it just was not good at all. It just was not good at all. Uh, granted, I mean the animation is good, and it was like one of the last 2D animated feature films before they did Chicken Little and they had the whole 3D animation where they tried that stuff out. But overall, this film is just not good at all. Just not good. And the fact that I saw this back in January, and I was like, I was in the process of watching all the Disney films, and I wanted to watch all of them. And when I was doing my list for Journey to Encanto, I missed this film because I guess I was on vacation one time, so I couldn't go see it. So yeah, that's kind of my excuse for not being able to watch this film. But there you go. That's my excuse for watching Home on the Range. 178, Oliver and Company. So this was a movie that when I first saw it, I was kind of excited to watch it because it's kind of one of those old timey Disney films from like the 80s and stuff. And so I was thinking like, okay, I'm excited to see this because I'm watching all the Disney films, and so it's kind of cool to go back and rewatch a Disney film that is kind of an old classic. And this movie's not it's not a classic at all. It's not a good film. I mean, the only good thing about it is the way they animated New York. But the problem here is, and I did like that the way they kind of crafted a story of this homeless guy who who was trying to get money from this mob place. But they crafted all these characters with all these cats and dogs and animals in New York City to connect all together, and it just didn't work. The songs are kind of catchy. I'm not gonna lie, they are kind of catchy. Uh, but other than that, the movie's just not my thing. It is not good at all. 177 is AVP Alien vs Predator 2004. So I'm not a fan of any of the Alien vs Predator films or Alien vs Predator Requiem. I'm just not a fan of any of them. They're just bad. And even when it gets to the action of Alien vs Predator, it's not good. So it comes in last place. Hang on, I got a text. Hang on. All right. 176 is Alien vs Predator Requiem, the movie I just talked about, just mentioned. Once again, you just don't like it. It's a disappointing sequel. There was a little moment that I did care about the characters when someone got punched, but other than that, like the movie is just awful. Not worth my time. 175, Jay and Silent Bob's Super Groovy cartoon movie. So this was kind of a very weird film because it focused on, of course, I liked Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. I just thought it was a nice little film that focused on all this sort of stuff. And they ruined it. And with this film, they ruined it by doing all these superheroes that had the powers of like sex stuff. And I'm like, usually this franchise is usually dirty. It usually does that. But this film was a little too dirty for me, and I did not like it at all. But at the same time, it's like you look at all these superheroes, and it's like it's kind of funny, but at the same time, it's not. It is not. But it is not a good movie at all. 174 Lost Girls. So this was a film that I actually watched a couple days ago. Watched very recently, and it was fine. I mean, I don't really remember much of it. That's all I can really say. It was fine. It told a nice. It told at least maybe a okay story. It was fine. I don't remember anything about it though. 173, Farmer Veteran. So for me, I kind of felt like I was expecting more from this because I guess I was expecting it to be like a actual war movie with soldiers and blood and everything, but it's more of a documentary than an actual war movie. And I'm like, I want to see, and I guess that's kind of appropriate for Veterans Day, where Veterans Day are supposed to celebrate the Day of Soldiers after the war, not during it. That's what Memorial Day is celebrating dead soldiers, but I don't know, it just didn't work for me. 172, The Royal Treatment. So this is a film that I saw back when I was during my spring break, and I was kind of excited for it because it starred the guy that played Aladdin in the remake of Aladdin from 2019, and it just was not good at all. It was just very weird. The story was just weird. You didn't really care about the characters. The humor was off. It wasn't good at all. It just wasn't good at all. So that's my thoughts on the Royal Treatment. It was just a bad film and such a disappointment. And exiting the 70s, 180 through 171, we got Chicken Little, the most beloved Disney film of all time. I'm just kidding. To me, when I first heard about that everybody hated Chicken Little, I was like, why do you hate this? Like, it seems like a pretty good film. It tells a story of this chicken who wants to prove himself and being worthy, and he just so he goes out and plays baseball. So like, it starts out like a pretty good story, like a pretty good little tale, and then it just transforms into this whole alien space invasion film, and then you have all these weird aliens. Besides that, you have all the characters are weirdly designed. Like like if you look at uh the duck character, she looks creepy. Like if you look at the character design, if you look at the toy that they had for her, it's creepy. Like it is creepy. Now I will say this: there are some nostalgia values here because I did have a toy Chicken Little toy when I was younger, and I actually have a picture of me holding one when I was a baby. I was on the couch, and I was holding a Chicken Little toy. It's like the cutest thing ever. Uh, but also there are some funny scenes, especially when you got like all these pop songs, uh, or even when Chicken Little is just staring at his dad and he's like, "Who are we talking about?" It's like I laugh at that every single time it happens. So that's like the only good thing about this film. Beyond that, the anime not only the character designs are creepy, but the animation as like it's like one of the first 3D animated films. The animation is just terrible. So that's why it's very low on this list. All right, so we're in the second row of this. So we're now gonna do the 170 and 161 mark. All right, let me just check this stream to make sure it's still working. Hello. This stream to make sure it's still working. Hello. All right, it is still working. All right, so we're doing 100, 170 through 161. All right. When should we do it? Let's do it at 12, 25, 20. All right. So 170 is Dunkirk. So this was actually a film that I was excited to watch because it's Christopher Nolan. It was well praised when it was released back in 2017, and it's just such a disappointment film. As a war movie, the war scenes aren't really that exciting, and even then, you don't. I was just kind of bored throughout the entire thing. It's like I guess the only good thing is that the shots were well done, but like other than that, the movie is just not a good movie. It was boring. You don't really care about the characters, and even Tom Hardy, who was in this movie, is not even careable. I couldn't care about his character either. So it's like a disappointing film. 169, we have Transformers Dark of the Moon. So when my relationship with the Transformers movies are just weird because it's I don't really understand the whole concept of Transformers. I only watched this movie because we had a new Michael Bay film coming out, which is what is it? The one that stars Jake Gyllenhaal and everything. That's like a heist movie. I forgot what it's called, but I didn't watch it. But this movie, the best thing about the Transformers movies is the action arc is great. The action sequences are fantastic. The overall stories themselves are not is not good, and that's what this film does. And I just it wasn't really entertaining. The cast is great. I like the cast. The overall story itself was just not good at all. So that's my thoughts on Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Item number 168 is President's Day. So this was once again my pick for President's. Well, not President's Day. Wait, was it President's Day or was this for was my pick? Was this my pick for 4th of July? Hmm. I remember I saw this movie back in February, so it's okay. But anyway, so yeah. Actually, yeah, I think it was President's Day. Yeah, you got President's Day, and honestly, I think it was kind of fun. You got to see all these different presidents and all that stuff. And it was kind of a cool horror film, but honestly, it wasn't the best movie out there. Most definitely not. So comes in at number 168. 167 is The Forever Purge. So this is a movie that I missed from 2021, and I was kind of sad that I had to miss it because I heard I actually liked the Purge movies that I watched leading up to it. And the best thing about this movie is, of course, the action. It presents some great action sequences. But besides that, the movie itself is just, they just keep saying, no, this is the Forever Purge. And they do some nasty kills. That's just the whole movie. And like, there's no character arc, there's no story. It's just saying, nah, this is the Forever Purge, and then get some kills in. That's all it is. So yeah, I was disappointed by this film. So I just did not like it that much. 166 is The Assistant. So I was just this movie is just kind of boring to me. I mean, it is not a good movie at all. It is just boring. It's too quiet. I just was not entertained by this film. I couldn't get into it. It was not entertaining for me. It was not a good movie. 165 Old, the M Night Shyamalan film that came out back in 2021. And this was a okay movie. It had a cool concept of this family that goes to this beach, and every second they're there, they keep growing older and older and older, which was kind of a cool concept. But overall, it just did not transpire into a good concept. Every time they keep trying to heal someone, they're like, "What was that show from that favorite movie I loved?" I'm like, "Bruh, why are you focusing on that? Focusing on healing this person." And so it was just not a good movie. 164, The Last Thing He Wanted. So this was another movie that was like, what is this? Like, it stars Ben Affleck. The only thing to remember is that it starred Ben Affleck and that you see a dog get blown up. That's all I remember. That's just all I remember. 163, Six Underground. So this was the Ryan Reynolds, Michael Bay film from 2019. And it was cool. There were some cool action sequences. Ryan Reynolds is, of course, charismatic as always. The story itself was just something that I just could not connect with, but overall, it was a fine movie. Not something I would see again, though. And number 60, 162 is Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald. If I'm being honest, I couldn't get into the Fantastic Beasts films. They were just not good movies at all. They were just boring to me. And yeah, that's kind of why it's just like I couldn't really get into them. They're just not good movies to me. But exiting the 60s mark is 100, I don't know, 161. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Once again, I just could not get into these films. They are just boring as crap, and I just could not get into them. I'm sorry. If you like them, that's your opinion, but I can't get into them. All right, so we've exited the 60s, and we're about to head into 160 through 151. So I guess we'll take a little bit of a break, maybe 2 minutes. So we'll start back up at like 3400. So let me just kind of get a water break because I've been talking a lot. Hello, hello. All right, mic is still working, and we're kind of halfway done through the 150s. Okay. Let me just check some messages here. All right, seems pretty much good enough to do. That's a good break. Whew. All right, let's get back to business. All right, so let's do 3420, 160 through 151. All right, so coming in from at 160, we got Cheaper by the Dozen too. So, I have my thoughts on Cheaper by the Dozen, and this movie was fine. It wasn't anything amazing or anything like that, but it was okay. I don't really remember much about it. Oh yeah, I remember they went on this trip, and it started the guy from what was it? I can't remember. It was like this guy from I don't remember. It's whatever. But uh, honestly, it was fine. I mean, you have this whole family going on a trip. It had some funny scenarios. Not really my thing. 159, we got Gretel and Hansel. Honestly, this movie was just kind of boring because I thought, like, it was honestly just kind of, I don't know, it just wasn't entertaining to me. I just couldn't get into it. Like, I don't know, there was something about it that just did not work for me. And I don't remember it anyways. So, 158, Predator 2. This was actually a solid little action film that I thought worked well enough. Uh, but besides that, it didn't really work as a Predator sequel. It just felt like this generic action movie, but mixed in with the Predator, and I just did not like that at all. So it was just a terrible movie. 157, we got Infinite. So I was expecting this movie to be better than what it was supposed to be, but I just heard a lot of bad reviews for it. And I'm not gonna say it was like a terrible movie, but I did kind of have some fun with it. But like the whole story is just kind of weird. It stars Mark Wahlberg and Chiwetel Ejiofor, and it's just not a good movie. It's not a good movie whatsoever. So it comes in at that spot. 156 is America the Motion Picture. So this was a movie that I thought the animation was cool. I thought it told a kind of cool story, but honestly, the characters were just not likable. They were not careable at all. So I just couldn't care for this movie that much. 155, we got Salt of the Earth. So this to me felt like a older Disney film that I watched back in like 1954. That it felt like a Disney movie, but at the same time, it's like I knew it wasn't. But overall, it was a nice little film that I watched. It was good. It was fine. 154, Spy Intervention. So this was kind of a weird film for me because it's like you had all these scenes of like spy stuff, but then it's like having all these spy parties, and it just did not work. And so this film was just so weird for me. It was just so weird. I watched this back 2 months ago. Not that good. 153, Crush. So yeah, this is actually a film I watched in 2022. This is a film I missed from 2022. But it kind of had this like this girl that's a lesbian storyline, and I guess you could say it was kind of cool. I mean, usually those types of stories, I don't know. I never watch. I don't know. I'm never. They don't usually come out a lot. But I thought it was kind of cool. It was kind of a good movie. It was good. It was okay. There's not much I can really say about it. 152, we got Batman versus Superman: Dawn of Justice. So this was a movie that I was so disappointed with, and honestly, I kind of knew it was going to be disappointment because it was trying to be a Man of Steel sequel, but also trying to be a Batman movie, and also a setup for Justice League. And honestly, the way the DCEU has turned out now, with Henry Cavill's not coming back to Superman, even though he came back in Black Adam. Ben Affleck's not playing Batman. Gal Gadot's not playing Wonder Woman anymore. Whole DC is just fucked. Uh, but when it comes to this movie, I think that it does offer some enjoyable stuff. I like Ben Affleck as Batman. I do love all the action sequences, whether it's the fight between Batman versus Superman itself or the Batman warehouse fight scene with Batman where he's beating the crap out of all these guys. And what's great is that he's an older Batman, so he's a lot more skilled. And I would say that's probably the best Batman fight scene we've ever gotten in cinematic history. And then, of course, Gal Gadot's introduction to Wonder Woman I thought was great. The problem here is like the villains and the story was just not. It tried to do so much and it just failed. It just failed. And exiting the 151 range, we got Snake Eyes, a G.I. Joe origin. G.I. Joe Origins. And this was a movie that I just heard so many bad things about, but I kind of enjoyed it in a good sense because, I mean, obviously, it's far from being a great film. It's far from being great. But I think it actually told a nice little story. It did have some cool action a little bit, though it was not that great. It was kind of fast paced a little bit. So overall, it was not the best movie ever, but that's my thoughts on Snake Eyes. All right, gotta check that. Gotta check that video, that stream to make sure it works. Hello. That stream to make sure it works. All right. Whew. Okay. So now we're now in the 150 through 141 range. So let's just go ahead and get started. Okay. All right. Coming from me at 150, we got Transformers Age of Extinction. So once again, pretty much it's my same exact thoughts on Transformers Dark of the Moon, where I don't like the Transformers movies. They're just not good movies in my eyes. And for me, that's just how I feel about it. They're just, and I would say I put it a little bit this one higher because it actually has people I enjoy. I enjoy spending time with. It, it has some great action sequences. I mean, besides that, the movie is just overall boring. There's not really any good story to it. 149, we got Cheaper by the Dozen, the original film. Honestly, I thought that this movie just had such a weird concept where they make this story of these parents that wanted 12 children, but they have so much going on, they have so much to deal with, and they keep telling like kids like stop doing this, stop doing that. But they keep on doing it. And I'm like, why would a parent want 12 children? Why? Just why? So this movie just drives me nuts with the story. It's just it's aggravating to be honest. 148 is Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. So, to be honest, I personally thought this was like the weakest in the Jurassic Park franchise. Um, I believe it is because I'm hoping that I didn't rank any other film below it, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. But personally, it's I think the best thing about it were the visuals. I think that when it came to like explosions, the look of Jurassic World, it's great. But when you have this whole plot line of dinosaurs going extinct, it sounds like a cool storyline, but it's like the whole point of this franchise is bringing dinosaurs back to life. So why would you decide to kill them off? Like that's the whole thing about this movie. And the action sequences were cool. And it was great to see some of these new characters. I thought the new characters that we got were fun. They were funny too. So overall, while it's exciting, it has some great action. The overall story itself was just not the greatest. 147, we got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. So, of course, we got a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles film that came out this year on Netflix. And so I had to watch this film because I haven't watched the live action trilogy. And this third film is definitely the weakest. And honestly, I think that this is where we get to actually the good side because Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom is the top of the somewhat okay films. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 starts that good range. So, sorry about that. I don't have COVID. I'm just sick. Uh, but yeah, you enter this film and it's kind of like a film where you got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles going back in time to an earlier part of Japan, but it's like they're fighting like warriors and samurais and stuff, and I'm like, that's cool, but like, why do you leave Casey and April behind? Well, I mean, obviously April was the one that got captured, and I guess the best thing about this film is you get a really cool interaction with Ralph or Raphael and this kid, which I thought was actually kind of nice, where it shows like the kind heart of Ralph that I thought was great. Raphael. So besides, and some of the action was kind of cool, but overall it was okay. 146. This is one that a lot of people seem to dislike. The Black Cauldron. So this is a movie that when I first heard about it, I mean, when I first saw it, I was like, "This is actually a pretty good movie. Like, it's actually pretty good." Like it set like it kind of does what a type of story I would like, where you bring in all these different characters, but you also have this person who has powers, and it kind of does something that I usually would imagine in a film for me. And it does that, and I'm like, that's crazy to think that something that I kind of want in a film does that. So I like that. But it was a good movie, at least in my eyes. 145, we got The Return of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Well, I don't really remember much of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre films, so all I'm going to say, it was good. That's all I can say. I don't remember much of it. It was good. 144, Wrath of Men. So I was actually kind of excited to watch this movie because I've just heard great reviews for this movie. I thought it was going to be like an action-packed film, and I mean, honestly, it's not, but it still tells kind of a cool story. It still does. And you know, you got Jason Statham who came back from the Fast and Furious films. Who that's kind of how I know this guy, and he was cool. It's like you bring in this story, and you start to realize like, wait, he's sort of the bad guy in this, and it's like, oh, okay. I mean, you do kind of have some cool gunfire action, but that's pretty much what all this film delivers. 143, we got Doolittle. So I think the best thing about this movie, it comes to the cast. When you got Robert Downey Jr., you got Tom Holland as a dog, Selena Gomez as a giraffe, John Cena as a polar bear, Kumail Nanjiani as an ostrich, uh, Emma Thompson as a parrot. You got a bunch of these amazing actors as all these animals, and they finally do something unique with the Doolittle franchise, with the Doctor Doolittle franchise, and they just kind of do it weirdly, where you do Robert Downey Jr.'s voice, well, not his voice, his accent, and it's just terrible. It's just terrible. I mean, if you heard his voice, if you heard his accent in Sherlock Holmes, which is kind of the same thing, it's just bad. And you watch this movie, and it's like it kind of has, and but besides that, the rest of the movie I think is pretty cool. It has some nice little action sequences here and there. Some of the characters are pretty fun and to hang out with. Besides that, The movie is okay. 142 is Paw Patrol the movie. So when I first heard that they're making a Paw Patrol movie, I was like, how are they gonna make a Paw Patrol movie? Like that seems very weird, very dumb. And they somehow mastered in doing that, but I don't think it was like the greatest movie ever. Um, I definitely think that it did fine, I guess. Uh, uh, it's like it had some nice moments with the characters and everything, and they did kind of create this story with Chase that I thought was nice. But I mean, besides that, it it was fine. I did watch Paw Patrol when I was little, but that's pretty much it. But exiting the 141 range is Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. So I watched the Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard last year uh, to get ready for the new film that came out that I never watched in 2021. Personally, I kind of think that this movie is much better because first off, while you do have fun with Samuel L. Jackson and Ryan Reynolds in this film, you bring in Salma Hayek's character and you have a lot more fun with that. And but besides that, the action sequences are a lot better. Like it's a lot more funner, and it's also just very funny. And then when you get to the last moment where she's like, "We're these are the adoption papers. We're adopting you as our son," and I'm like, and just like Samuel L. Jackson and Ryan Reynolds were like, "Yo, what the fuck?" I'm like, "Wait, what? You're adopting him? Like what?" I'm like, it was just a WTF moment, and I'm like, bruh, what is this? Like, what's going on here? So, like Ryan Reynolds and Samuel L. Jackson felt, I felt the same way they did. So, it was fun. It was funny. It was action packed, and it was overall just better than the first film. All right, so now we are entering the 140 and 131 range. Whew, boy, that this is a lot. All right, so let me just do this. Let me take a little break. Hello? Hello? All right. Whew, all right. All right. So now we're going to start off with 140 and 131. And for me at 140, we got An American Affair. So I believe that this was my Martin Luther King movie pick for 2022. I'm not sure why I picked this movie. It was kind of weird, to be honest. It was just kind of, yeah, it was very weird. Personally, I thought it worked well enough. I mean, it wasn't the best movie ever, but it was fine. I mean, I don't. I guess the best thing about it was the music. Other than that, the movie was okay. 139, we got Dinosaur. So I Honestly, the movie was just kind of bland, to be honest. I mean, you had some cool animation, but the characters and lemur characters you just could not care for. And so yeah, I didn't really like Dinosaur, but it's still high up though. 138 we got Tenet. So this was actually a pretty enjoyable film that I did like. It had some cool action. It was a nice little film from Christopher Nolan. That's all I can really say, but it wasn't the best thing ever though. 137 we got Atlantis: The Lost Empire. So this is kind of like a film that reminded me a lot of Avatar, where you have these armed people that are exploring this new land, but they're trying to find resources to just take it over. And I don't really think that's the best way to do it. But overall, it did set up some interesting characters. I did like hearing Michael J. Fox's voice in it. But overall, it was fine. 136, we got Jigsaw. So Jigsaw was a okay movie. It was fine. It was okay at best, but honestly, it didn't do like something so grand, so big, so massive. It was okay. So yeah, that's pretty much I could say about Jigsaw. 135, we got Batman and Robin. So yeah, I'm actually one of those people that actually liked Batman and Robin. You can come out and hate me if you want to, but I liked Batman and Robin. I thought it was an enjoyable film. I don't care if it may be cheesy a couple times with Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze, but it's cool. I did like Poison Ivy. I did like the introduction of Batgirl. She was cool. I understand the whole thing with the bat nipples and bat butts. That whole stuff is not that great, but the film itself, the story that they told, I thought was actually pretty cool. But that's all I gotta say about it. 134 Predators. So this was a movie that I did kind of like. The problem here is that I just kind of copied the story of the original Predator, except you had new characters. And I'm like, that's not exactly the best story to come up with. So overall, it was not that great. It wasn't great. 133 Harry Potter and the Half Blood Prince. So if I'm being honest, the next three, 133, 132, 131, they're all Harry Potter films. So I'm kind of gonna go speed through these because I actually don't remember much of the Harry Potter films. So Harry Potter and the Half Blood Prince, 133. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, 132, and 131. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. I'm just gonna speed through all these because I think they were all good movies, but like I don't remember any of them. I don't really remember much of them. Mainly because it's like it's hard to remember all of them. There are certain ones I can remember. Like I can remember the earlier films, and I can definitely remember the last couple films. But these films, no, I don't remember much of them. All right, so that closes out that category. So now we are in the top 130s. Whew. All right, so let's take a little break. I know I've been talking a lot. I've been talking for pretty much an hour now. Hello? Hello? All right. All right. Just wait here, everyone. I'm going to go use the bathroom now. Just bear with me. All right, I'm back. Let me check the thing to make sure it still works. Thing to make sure it still works. All right. Wait, let me try if I mute the mic thing, it still works. If I mute the mic thing, it still works. Okay, it works. Okay, it works. All right, so where was I? Okay. So now we're on the 130 mark. All right, so I guess we'll do 100. Going out 100. All right, so 140, 130, we got The Lodge. So this was another film that I didn't remember much of. I do remember liking it though. I'm sorry, there's a lot of movies on here that I just don't remember much of, so that's kind of why I'm talking so briefly about them. 129, we got Clerks. So this was a pretty good film, I guess. I mean, it wasn't the best, but it was good. It told it kind of told a more realistic story. So yeah, that's kind of what I liked about it. 128, Hellblazers 2022. So this was actually another 2022 film that I missed, and it was pretty good. I guess you could say the best thing about it were the action sequences and stuff like that. But other than that, the movie itself was just okay. 127, we got For Love of the Game. So this was a Sam Raimi film that I watched leading up to Doctor Strange: The Multiverse of Madness, and as a baseball Kevin Costner film, I believe that this is what this is. That's who stars in it. Sorry, I gotta take a water break. I thought that it was somewhat a good movie. The baseball scenes were cool. It also stars John C. Riley that I thought was good, but honestly, it was good. It was okay. 126, The Lost World, Jurassic Park. I thought this was actually another pretty good film. I mean, honestly, the Jurassic Park franchise tended to only have like at least only two good movies. But this movie I thought worked well enough. I thought it told at least a pretty good story. I thought it 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 told a good enough story well. But honestly, I don't remember which. I think this is the second film, right? Yeah, Jurassic Park 3. Yeah, this is Jurassic Park 2. I don't remember much of this one, but I don't remember thinking it was good that much. 125, we got Jojo Rabbit. So this was my film that I watched leading up to Jurassic World, not Jurassic World 2, Thor: Love and Thunder for Taika Waititi films. And as a film of itself, this movie just did not work for me. It just didn't. It struggled so hard of trying to be such a good movie, and I just couldn't get into it as much. So it comes in towards the bottom of the list. Plus, like Scarlett Johansson does like this weird performance, and Taika Waititi stars as Hitler, and you have like these child soldiers being in war, and I'm like, this is so weird. 124, we got TMNT, the animated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles film from 2007 for my birth year, and it was okay. The story itself felt like a continuation of a TV show, which I'm pretty sure it was. The animation just looked terrible, though I think it told a somewhat good story, but overall, it was just not, it wasn't good at all. I mean, it was good, but the animation was just bad, and the story felt like a continuation of a TV show rather than a movie. 123, we got Aliens. So a film that I thought this was a film that I thought worked, but as a James Cameron movie, but I thought it was somewhat good. So, sorry, I'm getting text from my phone. That's why I'm smiling. Uh, but I'm do I'm tech I'm like it was kind of cool. It's like it's not exactly as good as like other James Cameron movies, and so I'm like, bruh, it was just not. It was not as good as I thought it hoped it would be. And that's my thoughts on on Aliens from James Cameron. 122. Oh boy. 122, we got Bad Trip. So this was like a film that I was like, oh my god. This movie is hilarious. Cause there's literally so many funny scenes in this movie where this guy literally goes across the entire state to get to this girl in this country to tell her he likes her. But along the way, they do all this dumb stuff where they like visit a zoo. They get so the guy gets into the gorilla's cage so he can take a picture, and so instead the gorilla pins him down, pulls down the guy's pants, and then starts. And then once they wake up, they're the guy and the other guy's penises are strapped together, and I'm like, bruh, what is this? Like this is freaking hilarious. Like this looks like it hurts. I'm like, oh my god. Like, oh my god, like damn. So that's my thoughts on Bad Trip, but it's a very crazy film to be honest. And then turning to the 20s, we got 121 for House Party, the original film that kicked off the House Party franchise. Personally, I thought it was an okay movie. It wasn't anything special. It was somewhat good. It told a simple story of this guy who wants to go to a party, but he got in trouble at school, so he has to make it back in time to not get whooping by his dad. But in the end, the movie is overherped in the credits by him getting whooped by his dad, and that's pretty much the whole movie. It was funny. There's some iconic lines, of course, and it has a pretty good cast, and overall worked well enough. All right, so give me a minute while I check the live as well as some text messages I've been getting. Live as well as some text messages I've been getting. Still works. All right. Sorry, I was texting a friend about something. Sorry. Let me. Okay. So now we're going to do the 120. No, wait, no. 120 through 111 mark. All right. So now we're going to do that. All right. Let's see where we get started. Okay, so coming from me number 120, I believe that's what it is, right? Yeah. So for me, coming from me number 120, we got Jurassic Park 3. So for me, I thought this was a much better film from Lost World Jurassic Park. I actually remember this one where they created a story where you have honestly like you have this fun adventure where all these characters are like on a boat. And honestly, like the action scenes in here and the creatures in here are great. That really creates a lot of interesting tension where whether it's like uh the dinosaur crocodile sort of thing, the dinosaur reptile in the water, or even the creature that's like chasing after them, I thought was cool. So overall, it was actually a nice little sequel to Jurassic Park. 119, we got Greaser's Palace. So this is a film that was from the earlier days of Robert Downey Jr.'s career, though you don't really see him in this movie. But I thought it was a nice little film. I mean, it's not like the greatest movie out there, but it's fun. It's nice enough. But overall, it was good. It was fine. It was a nice little film for Robert Downey Jr.'s career. 118, The Kissing Booth 3. So I honestly thought the first Kissing Booth I thought was just terrible. The second one just kind of got a little bit better, but then this film I feel like actually got better and it actually told a worthy story that I liked. So I overall just liked it a good bit. 117, Mystic Pizza, a film that that was basically I believe my fall pick for 2022 for fall movie season. And this was actually a pretty good film. It stars Julia Roberts. It has an overall interesting story with these people, while at the same time it is a story about these people trying to uh, get this pizzeria place open, and it's pretty cool. It's overall pretty cool. At 116, we got Tough Tough, another Robert Downey Jr. film that is from his earlier in his career. Overall, I thought this was a okay movie. It wasn't great. Definitely wasn't that great. It wasn't great, but it told a nice little high school story, and that's all it really did. 115, we got Big Time Adolescence. And this is actually the last movie that I saw in the year of 2022 for retro films. I thought this was a nice little film. It didn't do anything big or drastic or anything like that, but it told a nice little film that I thought worked well enough. It told the story of this kid who keeps hanging out with this guy, but his dad doesn't like it, and so it creates some conflict there. So I thought it told a nice little story. 114, we got To All the Boys. Uh, P.S. I Still Love You. The overall, To All the Boys movies, they're fine. I never liked really much of them, but they're fine, I guess. And this is just another fine one. Uh, I don't really know what else to say about this, but yeah, but they're good movies. 113, we got Atomic Blonde. So this was actually a film I really enjoyed a good bit. I thought that this was a really good little action film that starred Charlize Theron, where all the action in this film was amazing. Like pretty much almost every scene you're watching, there's almost an action sequence happening every single time, and I love that. That's great. But I think what makes this film so great is you get this action sequence in this apartment, and it's kind of like almost like Daredevil, where they're doing just one shot sequence, and you just get this big action sequence where it's gory, it's bloody, it's hardcore, and it's absolutely immersive, and I love that. And it's just such good action. The movie itself is pretty good, but the action is what makes this film so good. 112, we got the Sonata, and I thought this was a okay movie. I thought it was good. I mean, it wasn't great or anything, but there's not much to remember about it other than the music. But it told a good story. 111, we got The Boy. So this was a movie that I actually did like a good bit. I thought that it told a somewhat good story. And at the same time, I also liked some of the action, the characters, and the threat of it. So it's like you kind of felt it when you have just the characters running around. It's not exactly as scary or intriguing when you get to that, but when you get to the action, it is actually pretty good. So yeah, that's the 120 through 110, and now we're in the 110 through 101. So now let me just edit this. All right, so coming from number 110, we got Brahms The Boy 2. So I just talked about the original Boy, the original The Boy, and I thought that this was a somewhat good film that actually had a much better story with the characters. It and you actually felt the threat of this toy coming to life, and when the kid wasn't talking, it felt even more intriguing. So that's why I liked it a little more. 109, we got Good Friday. I thought this was another good film for me. I just thought it was a pretty good film. It had this like court case and everything. Just a pretty good Good Friday film. This was my pick for Good Friday. I thought it was a good movie. 108, The Murder of Nicole Brown Simpson, 2019 film. I thought it was once again. This felt like the Sonata, whereas like it was just felt like a back to back film, and I just loved it. I really liked it. 107, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hollows Part One. This film, I thought that it brought the world the new stuff of the world in Harry Potter, and they did it really cool. Where you had broomsticks ride chases in like cars and stuff, and it worked really nicely. And that's kind of the best thing about this film that I liked. But the overall story itself was okay. And when you get to the death of Dobby, I thought it was sad, but it was okay. 106, we got The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It. I thought this was another pretty good Conjuring movie. I thought this was going to be better than what I expected it to be, but it was actually a pretty good movie. Like, it when you enter the scene and you have this like kid coming alive and he's beating the crap out of everyone, it's like it is actually kind of cool. Though it is kind of sad that James Wan did not come back for this film, though it's okay. 105, we got Bloodshot. So this is the sort of Vin Diesel superhero film where Vin Diesel becomes this like super soldier of some sorts. I thought it was a pretty good film. You have and the action itself was pretty okay. The whole story was okay. The whole movie was average. It was okay. It was basic. It was okay. 104, we got Shadow of the Cloud. So this was a movie that at first just seemed like they just did all these cool action shots, but they do actually have some action scenes in there. And I don't know. To be honest with you, parts of the action in this movie felt like I was watching Black Widow, where like like I remember I posted a scene. Well, actually, let me pull this up because I remember I videotaped it when I was watching the movie. It was, and I watched this movie back in August. let me just go to my August thing. I posted it on my Instagram. Uh, let me go here. If I can't pull it up, then it's okay. So I'm watching Shadow. Wait, let me. So I'm watching Shadow. Bruh. So I'm watching Shadow in the Cloud, right? And look at this, because this makes literally no sense. How she survived that? Exactly, like I'm saying, like, how did she survive that? Like, that's like Black Widow stuff, like where the whole flying flying headquarters is in the sky and is falling down, and she's just zooming through like it's nothing. This girl just got blown up by like a flying thing, and she's still alive. Like her back got blown up, but like she's still alive. And then she like kills a gremlin or something or whatever she killed. She killed like this alien creature, and I mean it was cool. The action in here was cool though. I will say that though. It's just not realistic at all. So it was cool though. 103, we got No Sudden Move. So this was a film that I saw it because I remember I saw Don Cheadle in it, who played War Machine in the MCU. Well, he still plays him, but we haven't seen him since Falcon Winter Soldier. But I thought that it was a good movie. I'm tired, but it was a all right movie, pretty good. The acting was good. It told a nice little story. Nothing else to say from that though. 102, Oxygen. I thought this movie was actually pretty good, where it told this story of this girl who was trapped in this machine, and she had to like stay calm in order to breathe and not die. And overall, it was a good movie. It was a good movie, and I kind of like those types of stories. 100 and now we exit 101, and we got Pig, and this was one where I was like, it was good, it was all right. I don't think I'll watch it again, but it was all right. It was good. It told the story of this pig, of this guy that babysits a pig, but that's really it. So yeah, that's pretty much 101 films. Now we're gonna talk about the next 100, and then once we pass 100 through 91, that's when we'll start talking about the new releases. But let me just take a quick minute break, and then we will get back to it. So let me just mute my mic, and then we can go back. All right, I am back. And if I'm being honest, we're kind of in that closing range now. So I'm not really going to check the mic anymore just because I'm pretty sure we're like an hour and 30 minutes into this. I don't really think we need to check anymore. It's pretty much proven that this new mic that I got for Christmas works. Um so now we're going to do 100 through 91. The only question is when do I start? I guess we'll start at one. Let's do 10. All right. So entering the top hundreds at number 100, number 100 is To All the Boys I've Loved Before. And this was a movie that I thought was good. I thought it was a nice little entry to the franchise. Nothing special or anything, but it was a nice little film that I thought was overall good. 99, we got To All the Boys, Always and Forever. I thought this actually told a much better story for me, as it had this story of these people where you had uh where it creates this concept of like they're going to college, but you have this conflict of them like figuring out where they're going to go to college, and that's interesting to me. And so I thought that created a story that I thought was pretty good. 98, we got The Turning. I thought this was actually a pretty good film. I thought that it once again had a story, had a conflict that I enjoyed, but at the same time, the end result towards the end of the film was just not the best thing for me. So that's kind of how I feel about it. 97, Escape Room. I thought that this was another pretty good film. A lot of people say that this film was like awful. I didn't really think that. I thought it told a nice story. It told a good story with Escape Room and stuff and all that great stuff. Uh, 96, Escape Room Tournament of Champions. So I thought this was a nice little story of putting all the people that did the escape rooms right, and you also created all these cool scenarios and everything, and putting them against each other. That was kind of cool. 95, Things Heard and Seen. I thought this was a somewhat good movie. I thought it was okay. I thought that it told a okay it told a good story. Most definitely. That's all I can really say. 94, The Marksman. So a lot of people say that this was like an awful movie. I didn't see this. I didn't see it when it first came out. It came out like in January of 2021. I liked it. I thought it was a good action film starring Liam Neeson. Is it better than Taken? No, but it's good. 93, Don't Look Up. So this is a movie I watched back in April, and I actually did like it a good bit. I thought that it that it told a story that I thought was worth telling. Um, that I thought it was an overall good movie. Um, but uh, like there was a lot of going on. Like they had all this talk about this space about this asteroid about this comet hitting Earth, and it's like I kind of felt interested in like talking about it and stuff, and it's like I don't know, like I just liked it. Plus, uh, Leonardo DiCaprio was funny in this movie, and the cast was also pretty good. And the fact that Ariana Grande just literally just shuts then Leo in the hell up is it was just crazy. I personally never get disrespected like that. 92, The Devil's Rejects. I thought this was another also pretty good film. This was my Halloween pick for 2022, and it was okay. There's definitely a lot of stuff with like rape and sexual stuff, but you do have those scenes where you have a bunch of heroes, and those people become the heroes of the story. So I thought it was kind of cool, but other than that, it was cool. It was okay. And exiting 91, we got Friendsgiving. So once again, this was my pick for Thanksgiving of 2022, and I thought that it was a somewhat good movie. I thought that it was okay. I mean, it wasn't amazing, but it was good. And it had all this story of this like family drama and everything, but you dealt with a lot of these people, and it kind of deals with what would happen at Thanksgiving in reality sometimes. So overall, that's kind of what I thought about Friendsgiving. All right, so we're gonna do 90 through 91 through 81. But but after that, that's when where we'll start to get into the new releases. So hang on, let me just edit this. All right, so coming from me at number 90 is uh Thelma and Louise. So this basically is like I believe this was like my Mother's Day pick for Mother's Day of this year. And I thought it was a somewhat good film. It was okay. I thought that it it was good. That's all I can really say about it. It wasn't like amazing or anything, but it was good. It told like this good story about like people and these two girls going on a road trip, but like it had like this action sort of vibe, and it proves that these girls are badasses. It was just a overall pretty good film. Then for 89, we got Hunt for the Wilder People. And this was another Taika Waititi film that I watched leading up to Thor Love and Thunder. And this was a film that I thought was overall pretty good. I thought that it told a somewhat good story. Uh, it didn't do anything like fantastic or anything, but it was overall good. It kind of had like that stuff of like Jojo Rabbit, but it overall was a good movie. 88, we got Boy, another Taika Waititi film. I thought this was another pretty good little film that did something unique and different. That told a story that had some clever humor to it too. That I thought that was actually kind of nice about it. Um, and just the overall good film itself was pretty good, and just the whole story of this father and son thing was good. 87 is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze. I thought this was actually a pretty good sequel. I like the character that replaced Casey Jones, where he's actually kind of a fun person to hang out with because he's doing all this martial arts stuff. So it was overall pretty cool. So I thought that was actually a cool part. The cool part about it, um, just overall, it was a good movie. The Shredder stuff was okay. 86, the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run. I thought this was actually a pretty funny film. Of course, I watched this movie with my sister. We love SpongeBob, so we of course love everything SpongeBob. But the fact that you have this whole story where every SpongeBob character went to summer camp together just seems like wow. I personally cannot believe that. That's kind of hard to believe because didn't SpongeBob and Patrick did SpongeBob and Sandy like meet in an episode or once, like when she first came to the Bikini Bottom. Like I don't know. I thought this movie was kind of funny, and yeah, so it was fun. It was funny. Though the story itself was just kind of weird. 85, we got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the original one from the 1990s. I thought this was actually another a pretty good film to the entry of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles franchise. Personally, all the characters, the personalities got them right. They all know what to do with that. But personally, I think my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle was Mikey, where he's doing all these Rocky things, where he's like, Adrian, or all that stuff. That was funny. And then, of course, when it comes to the action, I thought that it worked well enough. So that was pretty cool. 84, we got Strange World, another film that I've been talking about for a week now, and I'm hoping that this will be the last time I will talk about it. But yeah, so for me, Strange World is fine. It's not the greatest movie ever, but it it was okay. Um, you know, of course, it's Disney, so the animation is great. The characters are likable. The adventure type story is cool. The problem with it just doesn't do the best with the story. And I was thinking they were gonna do like Moana stuff with the green person, but other than that, the movie was okay. 83 is Last Christmas. My pick for my pick for the winter movie to start the winter movie season. And I thought this was a pretty good film. I guess technically Fat Man is my pick for winter movie season because that was my Christmas film for 2022. But whatever. I thought this was a film that had leads that you cared about, had other characters and castings that you cared about, but you also had a story with these two people that I liked. The problem here is the story itself didn't live up to what it was going for, but I still did really appreciate the movie. 82 is Black Adam. So this was a movie that I thought was good. It's definitely far from being great, but personally, I thought that it has some great action. I love the Justice Society of America. I want to see more of them. I want to see an origin movie of them. I wish it's kind of great. It's kind of cool that we get to see The Rock as a superhero at least one time. Hopefully, he gets to go to the MCU one day. It's kind of sad that we don't get to see Henry Cavill back as Superman anymore again. It's kind of sad. So yeah, the movie overall is fun. 81, Moxie. So this is a movie that I thought worked well enough. It wasn't great or anything, but it was okay. I thought it told a pretty good story of like all these dating and all the word calling and everything. The problem here is that the story itself just was not clear enough that it was kind of hard to like a little bit. So that was kind of like my issue with it. All right, so that's for 90 through 81. Now we're gonna head on to the new releases and do 89 through 81. Excuse me. All right. Okay, so we're doing the first row of new films for 2022. And coming in last place at number 89, the worst film that I saw in the year of 2022 was 365 Days This Day. Now, for me, this was a hard film to like. I'm just gonna skip through it because I already talked about it. So it's not really a film I need to talk about twice. Especially since it's in last place. I'm not gonna talk about it twice. Uh, Number 88 is Marmaduke. So, this was a film that I don't even know what this was. This was a film that was just terrible on so many levels. I mean, first off, the animation is just so bad. I mean, how do you like this movie? And also, they even casted like Jack Black. No, wait. They casted J.K. Simmons and Brian Hall to be in this movie because I can tell Brian Hall's voice and I can tell J.K. Simmons' voice was in this movie. And I'm like, why would you be in this movie? Like, why? And I'm like, how? Like, what is this? So I just did not like Marmaduke. It was just a terrible film. Plus, the character designs were also bad. 87 is The Bubble. So this was a film that I think had an interesting concept where they explored what if well, like what do actors and actresses do when they're quarantined? And it's turned to this like whole big mess where you have like people filming movies, but then also like doing sexual stuff, and you even have like Pedro Pascal asking everyone like, "Can I have sex with you?" or "Do you want to have sex with me?" I'm like, bro, what do you like? You literally have El Riz. Stop trying. You're my son. Stop trying, son. Like, but whatever. But yeah, this movie was just awful. 88, The Royal Treatment. I already talked about it, so I'm not going to talk about it again. 85, Valet. This is also a movie I saw in May. And this is a somewhat okay movie. It just was not that great. It was honestly kind of boring and had this like weird texture of what movies were like back in the day. And I just didn't like it. It was just not good. 84, Persuasion. I thought this was another just overall bland movie. I thought that it just did not tell a good story at all. It just was not good at all. 83, Crush. Already talked about it. So 82, The Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild. I thought this was actually a somewhat okay movie. It's not bad or anything, but they just took this cheap piece of animation for Ice Age and just drowned it in the drain. And I just did not like the way they handled this movie at all. They really suffered with this movie. I mean, the animation is cheap. They didn't bring back the original cast from the Ice Age films. They just made such a cheap excuse to put this out. And the thing is, it also looks like a Nickelodeon Madagascar show. So it's like, it's just not good at all. 81, Deep Water. I thought this was actually a pretty good little film. I mean, it's not really good at all. It just has all these complication stuff, and it was not good. It was not good, not good at all. And yeah, that's my bottom 8 for new releases. My bottom 9 for new releases. So now we're gonna talk about the top. Now we're gonna talk about 80 through 71 for new releases. I mean, for retro films. All right, so let me just edit that. Whew. All right, so now we're on the 80s for 80 through 71 for retro films. And coming from my number 80 is Fantasy Island. So this is a movie that I watched, and you know, it's not exactly like the greatest movie ever, but I thought it was actually pretty good. I thought that it told an interesting story where It felt a lot. It felt like the better version of what Old is, except it's not on a beach, but it's on an island, and you have all these weird scenarios and characters, and you have these like soldiers coming in here and taking down everybody. And overall, it was a nice little film. Not my thing, but it was good. 79, The Gentleman. I thought that this told a somewhat good story for. I thought it, of course, it's directed by Guy Ritchie, so it's gonna be fun a good bit. So I thought that it told a nice little story. It had a nice way of telling the story, and it had some pretty gruesome kills. And the actors in here were great, and overall, it was a pretty good film. Uh, 78, Spencer's Confidential. So this was actually a film that I saw very recently for December, and I'm so glad I saw it because this film is actually pretty fun. Where you bring in Mark Wahlberg and Winston Duke, which if you remember from him as M'Baku from Black Panther, I thought that this film was just overall a fun movie. Where it's basically about this guy where basically Mark Wahlberg was an ex cop and he got sent to prison for 5 years and for basically killing someone, and now he's free to do whatever he wants, and now he's going to do this murder case, but he's also trying to teach Winston Duke how to fight well. And it's just a fun movie where it has some fun action. Winston Duke is pretty fun in this movie, and they have fun chemistry together. And overall, it's just a fun movie, and I just have a lot of fun with it. And I like these kinds of movies. These are my types of films. So I just love it. It's not the greatest movie ever though, but it is fun. It's a lot of fun. 77, we got The Black Phone. So I thought that this film was somewhat overall pretty good. It of course totally coming off of Moon Knight, where you had Ethan Hawke playing this villain as Arthur Harrow. You now have Ethan Hawke playing in the as a creepy guy that kidnaps kids in The Black Phone. I thought this was a big step up from what he did in that show. Though I did like him in Moon Knight though. But with this movie, I thought they did such an interesting movie where you have this like self-contained story where you have this kid, but at the same time you also the character like this movie reminded me a lot of It, where you cared about the characters themselves, where it wasn't just a guy where you have him just killing people that you don't know. Like you actually care about them, you establish them, and that's what I love about this movie is that you establish characters that you like. And then even then you actually you actually feel satisfied when the guy gets killed and everything. So and it's like he's doing it correctly, he's doing it good, and it's like I like that. So yeah, that's my thoughts on The Black Phone. 76, Aliens of the Deep. This was a James Cameron movie that I thought worked. It had a nice documentary style. The problem here is like what was it? Like it just did not do well for me. It just told this very weird story of it had a good story, but then it just turned into it introduced the whole aliens of the deep at the end. I'm like, what? So like this whole thing was a documentary, but was it an actual film? So I don't know. 175, Leatherface. I thought this was another good movie. I thought that it or actually I think that we're entering the B category side, starting with Leatherface. So yeah, we're starting pretty much on the pretty good films. And Leatherface begins that, and I think that it told a somewhat good story. You know, it's not great or anything, it's not perfect, but it was good. And I thought it was probably one of the better Saw movies. No wait, I know it was one of the better Texas Chainsaw Massacre films for me. 74, The Living Desert. So this is one of those little nature films from Disney about a couple years ago. I mean, from 1953. You know, the African lion, the jungle cat, all that stuff. And once again, you just get another pretty solid film. It's cool. You get to explore the desert. It's fun. It's cool. 73, Horse Girl. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember anything about this movie. I really don't. I'm really sorry. So we're gonna have to skip it. 72, The Road's Not Taken. I thought this was another pretty good film that I actually saw recently. That um it had this dad like forgetting stuff and everything, and it's like you kind of felt bad for the dad, but not really. And overall, it was just kind of a sad movie. But I kind of fell asleep through the end of it. But at the same time, I knew what happened. I was following the story, so I did like it. And exiting the 71 range, we got the Santa Claus 3, The Escape Clause. So I actually watched this film too, because the Santa Claus's world is closing. So I was like, I need to watch the Santa Claus movie third film because I haven't watched it. So I watched this movie and it was actually pretty good. And it created a story where you introduce Jack Frost and you're doing all this cool stuff with all these characters, and you do this like time travel story to when Scott Calvin first became Santa Claus, and the whole thing changes, and the North Pole becomes this like theme park. But overall, it's like it didn't feel like an actual story because it's like it happened so fast, and I don't know. It was okay. It was pretty good though. I liked it. All right, so now we're going to exit the. We're going to go back to the new releases and do 80 through 71. All right. Now let me just. All right. So for me, at numbers 80, we got Windfall. So this was a movie that I thought was somewhat a good movie. I mean, actually, it wasn't. It had like this family, and it was sort of like an action movie. Yeah, I don't remember much of it. I really don't. So that's pretty much my thoughts on it. 79, No Exit. This was another movie that I watched, and I did somewhat like it. Um, I thought it kind of told a good story. It was fine. 78, The Swimmers. I thought this also told another pretty good story. Just overall, it was okay. I don't remember much of it. The Prince, 77, The Princess. Honestly, this was actually a pretty fun movie because it actually had an interesting story. Like it actually had like an interesting story. Well, and the story was not that great, but the action was what kept me. The action was what kept me entertained, and I honestly just really appreciate that. So I actually liked the princess. 76, Hellblazers. I already talked about it, so we're gonna skip through that. 75, uh, Fistful of Vengeance. So this was actually a martial arts film that I actually enjoyed a good bit. The action was, of course, really good, but at the same time, the characters themselves were not that terrible, but the action was just absolutely amazing. They actually were able to do some pretty R-rated stuff that I thought was kind of cool. but the overall story itself was not the best. 74 was Operation Mincemeat. So it told like this sort of World War II, World War One story that I thought was okay, but it wasn't exactly like the best. Um, so yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on Operation Mincemeat, but it was good, I guess. 73, Along for the Ride. I thought this was a nice film that you had these two people interacting with each other, liking each other, and all that. And overall, it was okay. It was okay. 72, Hello, Goodbye, and Everything in Between. I believe that's what, yeah, Everything in Between. I thought it was somewhat a okay movie. Um, it had a good story, I guess. It was okay. Nothing special, but it was fine. And exiting the 70s, we got 71 Fire Island. So this was a movie that actually was much like Crush, where it was a gay movie where I told this story of these gay guys, and it was overall a pretty good story. Uh, this isn't usually the stuff I usually watch, so it's like I wasn't. Um, so that's kind of how I felt about the movie. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a break now because I got some text messages. I need to get a water break. Don't have to use the bathroom, so that's kind of how I feel about it. Okay. All right. Uh, I've checked everything, so now we're going to do 70 through 61 through for uh all right, let me just go back. Wait, didn't I just do retro? No, wait. Yeah, yeah, I did. No, 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 I didn't. No, 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 no. Okay. All right. So for me at number 70, we got La La Land. So this is a movie that was praised a lot back in 2016, and it still is to this day. Personally, I remember I watched Whiplash, which is a lot higher on this list. You'll see where it ends up. And I think the best thing about Whiplash was that they used music a lot. And with this movie, they use music, but they use more of sound and like singing for that stuff, and I loved that. And of course, you got great interactions between Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone that I thought was great. Besides that, the story was okay, but everything else was overall cool. 69, All the Right Places, another film that I saw a couple weeks, a couple, actually recently, that I thought worked well enough. It told a story about this girl who's dating this guy, and they have a curfew and everything, and it told a good story. It told a good story. 68, and The Invisible Man. So this was a movie that I was. I heard lots of great things about this movie back in 2020. And when I first saw it, I was like, yeah, I'm excited for this. I want to see what the hype is about. And they create this scenario where you have this girl who knows this guy who does a lot of creepy things, and people get killed accidentally, but that they think it's her. Someone gets hit, and they think it's her, and they create all these fun scenarios to where it's like it's creepy, it's haunting, and it works for a horror movie. And then you realize that it's this guy in this suit that could turn invisible, and it's like it's a well crafted horror film that I thought worked well enough, that I thought worked really nicely. 67, Night at the Museum, Secret of the Tomb. So I thought this was actually a pretty good Night at the Museum film. I like the Night at the Museum films. I think all four of them, even the animated one, I think all four of them worked really nicely when I first saw them. And this is just another one that I just really liked. I think the best thing when it comes to it is just the action sequences, whether it's the three-headed snake one or the Escher drawing one where they're in the Escher drawing and you're like falling from all that stuff. Like it's just so clever and it's well written. Plus, you also get a lot of the characters involved, especially the introduction of Lancelot. Though all the stuff with like his nose and the action scenes with him were great. And then even then, when you get to the Hugh Jackman cameo, I thought was great. So it had some good stuff. The problem here is the whole stuff of them trying to get to Egypt was just not that much fun. I thought overall it was a pretty good movie. 66, as the film we were just talking about, the original Night at the Museum, I thought was a pretty good film. I thought this movie was pretty good. It told this story of like how would people be able to come back after these years, I mean, how would people like what if all these artifacts of these people came to life in the museum, and they just told like a nice little story. And you had such a great cast with Owen Wilson, Robin Williams as Theodore Roosevelt. You even like have all these like iconic characters and stuff, and even the Capuchin monkey, who is probably the most funniest thing in the entire movie, where he starts slapping Ben Stiller over and over again, and it's hilarious. And I really like Night at the Museum, but then when you realize it's all powered by this Egyptian tablet, it just gets a little boring because it's like, is this real or is it supposed to be just okay? But okay, it was overall good. 65, House Party 2. So I talked about the other House Party films. I thought that this was a good sequel to the original film where they were able to do the humor and the sexual stuff, but they were still able to tell a somewhat good story that felt meaningful to the character of Boy. well, I mean, not boy, to the character of Kid that I thought worked nicely, well enough. So I thought it was overall a good movie. 64, Jurassic World. I thought this was probably a very fun movie where they basically just updated Jurassic Park and they, of course, added Chris Pratt, Bryce Dallas Howard. They even like added a bunch of these other cast in here. But then, like the whole story of them creating this like other dinosaur was kind of cool, and I thought it was kind of cool. And that, but like, there's just a lot of great moments in here where you like get these blue raptors and everything. Like, there's a lot of moments like when you get to the third act, like there's a lot of moments like you could be like, oh yeah, we could definitely use that for help. Or when you see the big giant monster, you're like, oh yeah, you could definitely see they could use that to kill the monster. And then you're like, once the dinosaur from the original Jurassic Park comes out, you're like, yeah, let's go. So it was awesome. It was action packed. It was overall just a good movie that I liked. 63, Stargirl. So I thought this movie was fine. It had a pretty good little soundtrack. It told a good story, and overall, it was a pretty good film. I don't really know what else to say much about it though. 62, Predator, the original Predator from 1987. I thought this film was somewhat a good movie. It had, of course, Arnold Schwarzenegger and where you got the Terminator and Creed in a film together. I thought was pretty cool to see as you got these two action heroes as they're both muscular men. I thought that was kind of cool. Um, Overall, it had some nice action sequences. Though the whole threat of the Predator stuff I thought was okay, but overall it was a pretty good film. 61, Top Gun. I thought that this film I thought was a pretty good movie. Of course, it wasn't like amazing or anything, but it told like a pretty good story. I thought Tom Cruise was good. And overall, it was okay. It was pretty good. All right, so now we're going to head back to the new releases. All right. So coming from me at number 70 is Jurassic World Dominion. So for me, I was just not the biggest fan of this movie. They created after coming off of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. I feel like that this film could have been one of the best films for the Jurassic Park franchise to actually close out this franchise on a good note, and they just didn't. They didn't do it right. They create this story where dinosaurs are all over the globe, but they just had this little story of it taking place in Europe, and I'm like, what? And I mean, of course, I think the best things about this movie when it comes to like the interactions between all the characters, I thought that was cool. Between the Jurassic Park and Jurassic World characters, that was of course great. But um, I thought the action was cool. But besides that, the movie itself was just it was just not the best way to end the Jurassic Park franchise. So that's why it comes in at number 70. 69, Interceptor. I thought this was actually a pretty good little action film. Um, I thought it told a nice little action story of like this bomb where they just will not open the door of this, and like she would just not open the door in this movie, and I'm like, bruh, just open the door. It's not gonna do anything. But like she just couldn't open the door. But that's just what she wanted to do. But the action itself was pretty cool, and overall it was a nice movie, I guess. 68, Tall Girl 2. I thought this was actually a pretty good sequel to the original Tall Girl. I liked the original Tall Girl, to be honest. So overall, I just thought it was a pretty good film, an overall pretty good movie. 68, no, wait, 67, Spiderhead. So this movie actually had a lot of potential to be a somewhat pretty good movie, where it stars Chris Hemsworth and Miles Teller, who plays Thor and Mr. Fantastic, and they just made this movie where he's like interviewing people and giving them like this like battery drug diabetes thing, and they like do all these weird stuff, and I'm like, I don't understand what the whole movie point of this movie was. It was just weird. 66, Fresh. So this is a movie that stars Sebastian Stan as like a creeper or some what type stuff, and it just was not the best. There were some intriguing parts that I liked, that I thought worked well enough, but it just wasn't exactly like the greatest thing ever. But overall, it worked pretty nicely. 65, Thor Love and Thunder. I'm so disappointed about this movie. I'm just gonna say this, but besides Doctor Strange 2 and Thor and Black Panther Wakanda Forever, this was probably the film I was most excited for. Because of all the MCU films, like if you think about the original predecessors, the original Doctor Strange I like, the original Black Panther I absolutely love now, and Thor Ragnarok I love. It's better than but better than Black Panther, better than Doctor Strange. It's better than all three, better than two of those films. And when you think of that, I'm like, this is probably my most anticipated film of the. This was my most anticipated MCU film of the year, and they just ruined it. And I think, well, Thor Ragnarok did the same thing with doing so much humor, but they didn't really, because they had a story that I cared about, plus action that I loved, plus characters that I love, and a villain that I loved, plus everything. They mixed it in well together, and this movie just doesn't feel anything like that. Where first off, they just went off too far with the humor, where they make the Hammers, Stormbreaker, and Mjolnir have like personalities, and then even then, the way that Jane Foster wields Mjolnir and how it comes back is Thor like promises to Mjolnir, to saying, promise to always protect her, and so that you can get her. I'm like, that seems lazy to me. Even then, there's no really any stakes in this film, because there's characters that like literally are supposed to, that should die in this movie, but they literally live, and I'm like, how are they still alive? And then even then, uh, when you get to like what they do with New Asgard, it's cool, but it's not the best. They have like an Infinity Cones thing where, and especially, why would they honor something Infinity Cones when Thanos was the one that killed half of Asgard's people? Like, why? And then, of course, they even kind of ruined. I think that the big problem here was the way that they handled Zeus. They didn't do the greatest with Zeus. I just thought he was terrible as this character. Uh, and I hope that if we get a Hercules project, they actually do it much better. And then even like Gore the God Butcher just was not the best villain, because we see him beat up a lot of people, but we don't really get to see him butcher any gods. He doesn't really kill Valkyrie. He doesn't. The only god we ever see him kill is the first one he does kill, and we don't see him kill any other gods. He injures Lady Sif. He kills a wolf god, but that's really it. And besides that, as I keep watching this movie, and then even then, what makes it even worse is that the movie is 2 hours long, like just 2 hours, not even almost three, and it's 6 minutes below what Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness was, because Doctor Strange 2 was like 2 hours and 6 minutes long. This movie's just 2 hours a minute, 2 hours, 2 hours, and I feel like when I keep watching it, I kind of like it a little bit more because I have a lot of fun with it. But at the same time, I know that this is not a good movie. This is not top tier Marvel. But I kind of want more of it at the same time. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on Thor: Love and Thunder. 84, Prey. I thought that this was a somewhat good sequel to the Predator franchise. Uh, it was a cool little story that had like this old fashioned sort of stuff. The only problem here is like the action was cool, but the story itself was just not exactly the best. It was just kind of confusing a little bit, but overall, I liked it. I liked it. 63, Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. I never watched the Beavis and Butthead show, but I know who they are, and I thought this was actually a pretty good little film. I thought it was actually a pretty good little film. Uh, and it was honestly like just like really funny. Where it's like they make all these weird noises like and like they're teenagers that are horny, basically. So and it's like the whole point of this movie is that they're not trying to kill these people. They're trying to screw them. I'm like, bruh, this is crazy, man. But I thought overall this movie was pretty good. Uh, 62, The Sea Beast. This was another movie that I missed in the year of 2022, but I still saw it though, and I thought it was actually a pretty good movie. A lot of people say that they. A lot of people say that they have that it's kind of like How to Train Your Dragon a little bit, but honestly, I didn't care anything about that. But overall, I liked it. I thought it was good. Um, I thought it had some cool action and stuff. And exiting 71 through 61, 70 through 61 is Avatar: The Way of Water. So I kind of feel bad to put this movie in number 61, even though it's not really the lowest placement for a list like this. I thought this movie was okay. Okay. Now, I will say this before I start talking about the movie again. I just want to say I want to say thank you again to everyone that went to go see that movie with me because while I wasn't the biggest fan of that film, the best thing about that day going to see it was being with the people that I cared about. And I loved being with you guys. It was great meeting you, reuniting with you, all that good stuff. It was great. Making at least some memories with you, that was just great. Thank you. But the movie itself, of course, it's James Cameron, it's Avatar, so the movie is beautiful. The special effects are gorgeous. And honestly, it almost seems like you don't know what is real, what is CGI. So it's like so crazy. But then, of course, the action sequences are, of course, fantastic. There's literally tons of scenes where soldiers get shot in the head with an arrow. And I'm like, or even someone gets their arm ripped off. I'm like, how did this make it into a PG-13 movie? Even though there's no blood in it. But overall, I thought that was pretty cool. The problem here with this movie is that they just had so much stuff going on where they had so much story where now I also did not expect to they would bring back Quaritch as a avatar. I personally never imagined that. I thought that was kind of clever. But the problem here is like they set up so many stories where of course they introduced this storyline with his kids, um, but like they're having them as the face of Avatar of the Avatar franchise. And I'm like, I don't think you really need to do that. You don't need to make them the places of the franchise. And then even then, like they introduced this spider character. The movie was also just like very fast paced. It didn't take its time of telling the story. It also was just like so confusing. Like, what is going on here? Is there about to be a fight happening? Like, what's going on? And I'm like, bruh, just slow down, because you're you're rushing things. And so overall, it was just a little too fast paced. It was a lot, to be honest. And then also the girl that was the daughter of Sigourney Weaver. We don't really know who her father is, which who cares about that? Overall, the movie was good, but it was great seeing with my friends, and I like that that was the movie that brought my friends together. And hopefully next year, or at least this year, it could be something else. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, so we're gonna take a little break here because I am pretty tired. We're like 2 hours and 30 minutes into this. Come on, how can I not be tired? Whew.
Okay, son.
All right. we got a break, and now we are going to be heading to back to retro films for, I believe it was what, 60 through 51. Yeah, let's do that. Hang on, I'm texting someone. Hang on. All right. So, okay. 60 Fat Man. So this was my Christmas movie for 2022, and it was somewhat good. They came up with this storyline of like, of what if you were able to kill Santa Claus? And they don't really like go too far with it, but but like, and honestly, I was expecting there's going to be a lot more action in this film than I thought would be, but fortunately, not really. So yeah, it comes in at number 60. 59, Hank and Mike. I thought this film was actually pretty good. It somewhat told a pretty good story. I thought the best thing about this film was just the two leads. They were just a lot of fun, and overall, it was just a pretty good film. 58, Moonshot, 2022 film that I saw in the month in 2022. I kind of cheated on including it in this part of the list because I technically saw it on the day it came out, but I couldn't include it in my March ranking. But it's okay. But overall, Moonshot was a pretty good film. It, the leads are likable. It's cool that it's in space, so it feels a lot more, futuristic. But that's my thoughts on Moonshot. 57, the Robin Hood, the story of Robin Hood and his merry men. I thought this was actually a well told Robin Hood story that was well told. It had all the stuff you like about Robin Hood, and overall, it's just a pretty good little Robin Hood movie. 56, Interstellar. I thought this film was pretty good, to be honest. I thought it the special effects was great, but the problem here is like the story itself was just not exactly the best. I couldn't really connect to it. It was overall just a good movie, but it wasn't great. I have a friend, which, if you don't know, the person that was in my live stream one time, Jaden Brown. He's not in this stream right now, but he tells me that that's his favorite movie of all time, and I fight with him saying that Infinity War is better, which it is. But Hey, that's just facts. That's just truth. 55, Sonic the Hedgehog. So I actually watched this movie to get ready for the new Sonic the Hedgehog movie, but unfortunately that did not happen. But I liked this movie. You know, it was pretty good. It was definitely a lot of fun. The action sequences were cool, and overall, it was just a fun time. 54, The Great Mouse Detective. I thought that this actually worked as a nice little story where you set up a story with these characters, and overall, it just told a nice little story that I just enjoyed a lot. 53, Batman 1989. I thought this was a actually pretty good film. I thought that Michael Keaton's Batman was really good. I thought Nicholas, not Nicholas Holt, uh, Jack Nicholson's Joker was great. And overall, it was just a pretty good comic book movie from the late '80s, before comic book movies were becoming big and massive in scale. 52, Batman Returns. I thought this was a much better film where you have Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, you got Danny DeVito's Penguin, and you also just up the action with Michael Keaton's Batman. And overall, it's just a good movie. And the performances of Danny DeVito and Michelle Pfeiffer are great. And you also got Christopher Walken as the other villain in the movie, which I thought was great. And exiting the 50s on this one, we got Gravity. For 51, we got Gravity. I thought this was another pretty good film. I actually watched this movie in school, by the way. I was watching it in school in my science class back when I was in eighth grade, and it was just overall a pretty good film. Like, it works really nicely. It told a good story. Uh, the special effects was great, and it's like it never failed to do what it was like in space. So I thought that was actually a pretty cool little storyline. So I thought that was good. All right, so we're gonna take a little bit of a break now. I have to go to the bathroom, but yeah. So just bear with me for a minute. All right. So now we are now going to do the 60s through 51. All right. So now we're on the 60 through 51 range on the new releases. And coming from number 60, we got, well, actually, for 60 and 59, we got Strange World for 60 and then 59 for Black Adam. I'm just going to speed through those because I've already talked about them. But 58 is The Man from Toronto. I was kind of surprised by from this film because I saw the poster and I saw Woody Harrelson in like this Western sort of outfit. And it's almost thinking like, okay, this is just going to be a boring Western from Woody Harrelson, starring Woody Harrelson. And then I'm like, wait, so wait, and then the movie starts, and I'm like, wait, why is Kevin Hart in a western? And then I started to realize, oh, it's an action comedy starring Woody Harrelson and Kevin Hart. And instead of Kevin Hart with The Rock, it's Kevin Hart with Woody Harrelson. And from that concept, you just have a lot of fun with it. I mean, what's not to love about Kevin Hart? I mean, what's not to love about Kevin Hart and uh, and Woody Harrelson together? I never thought I would see that in a day of my life, but that was awesome. And honestly, the action is great. You know, all the action is really good. Especially like there's a scene where they have like this fight in a boxing gym where they use all these like barbells and stuff like that to fight people with like throwing stuff, and it's just awesome. And I just love it so much. So it was really cool. 57, not okay. I thought this was a this was also wait. Oh yeah. We're in new releases. This was a film that I thought was pretty good, where this girl was like faking that she was in Paris and stuff, and it was just kind of a weird movie, I guess, but it was overall good, I guess. 56, The Gray Man. I thought this was actually a pretty good little film. Uh, you know, it was somewhat okay. Coming off after Avengers Endgame, it was the next big action blockbuster from the Russo brothers, so it was pretty good. The action was great, and then of course you got Ryan Gosling, Chris Evans as the villain. Just overall pretty good film. So I liked it though. It's not even close to being as good as Endgame. 55, Chippendale Rescue Rangers. So I saw that they're making a Chippendale movie, and I'm like, okay, this just seems like it's gonna be a failed thing from Disney. But if I'm being honest, like, how would this movie work? Because of course you cast Chippendale, and they have like these like just normal voices, and it was kind of cool. But then you also get like all these great Disney cameos, like Peter Pan, and has like this weird arc, and so he's like in charge of making all these bootleg Disney movies. And then they even make jokes like Batman, the Superman, or even like ugly Sonic the Hedgehog, which I thought was just kind of funny. And so it was able to actually tell a pretty cool story with all that, and I thought it was honestly pretty cool. 54, Cheaper by the Dozen, the new film from 2022. I thought this film was overall pretty good. Now, it wasn't like the greatest movie I've ever seen, but I thought it told a story that kind of felt relatable. Where it they changed some of the story, where the reason why they have so many kids is because the wife is, you know, the wife is a new parent, and they have a divorced husband and wife and stuff. So that's why they have extra kids, and all the kids have like all these different personalities that make them unique. And I thought it was a nice way to actually create the Cheaper by the Dozen movie right, and I thought it told a pretty good story through that. 53 Metal Lords. I thought this was another solid movie from Netflix. It stars the guy from It. I thought that it was a pretty cool film about rock and all that good stuff. 52 Hustle, a Adam Sandler sports comedy movie that I thought was nice. I think that one scene on the train where he was talking about his mom was honestly just kind of funny. But besides that, it was kind of like Rocky a little bit, where he's like an inspiration person. And overall, it was a pretty good film. 51 Do Revenge. So this was a movie I saw back in September, and I remember did liking it, but honestly, it felt similar to what movies. It felt like what real life is like, except not really. But that's just kind of how I felt about the movie. Whew, all right, we are now in the what mark are we in now? We're now in the 50 through 41 range for retro and new. So let me do something real quick. Okay, we finished the break, and now we can get back to talking about retro movies. All right, so now we are on the 50 through 41 range. So that means we'll talk about maybe 30 to 30. All right, so 50 Texas Chainsaw 3D. I remember this was actually probably one of the better films of the Texas Chainsaw franchise. And that's all I can really say about it. It was one of the better films, in my opinion. So that's all I gotta say. 49, Free Guy. To be honest with you, when this movie came out, a lot of people tend to praise it a lot. I don't know if it was because everybody just loves Ryan Reynolds. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Ryan Reynolds. But like, is he really the best person out there? Because it's like, I don't I just love him because of Deadpool. And I like other movies that he's in, but this isn't really one of his best movies that he's done. But I mean, it's cool. The action is pretty cool. It creates a story where it's like he keeps repeating the same world over and over again every day. I guess there was a cool story to that. And the cameos were cool too, with the Captain America shield and the Hulk hand and all that. That was cool. But overall it was cool. 48, Terrifier. I thought this was actually a pretty nice little film where you had these two characters basically stopping to go to the bathroom because they're drunk, but you have this creepy guy stalking them and everything, and it was overall a pretty good film, and I liked it. 47, The Sandlot. I thought this was another a great summer movie, but personally, I thought that it just shows you what summer was like back in the old days, and that's exactly how it is. So I really appreciated The Sandlot. 46, the original Jurassic Park. I thought the original Jurassic Park was just overall such a good movie. Granted, the special effects were good. They weren't great, but they were good. I don't get how everybody says this movie is one of the best films of all time because of the special effects. The special effects are fine. You're just overreacting. But the characters were good, and the whole stuff with the third act was cool. 45, Elvis. So this was a movie that I saw about 2 months after it came out because we decided to uh, buy it on Amazon Prime. And I gotta say, this movie is really good. I mean, Austin Butler's performance. Like I was literally watching the movie a couple minutes ago, a couple hours ago, just because like that scene where he's singing Unchained Melody is just so good. But besides that, like Austin Butler's performance is so good in this movie. I mean, from the way he moves, from the way he talks, from the way his eyes are, it's just absolutely fantastic. And then even then, when you think about everything that he went through, like there's like as a like for me before I watched this movie, I didn't know a thing about Elvis. The only thing I knew was that he was like the king of Hawaii in Lilo and Stitch, and he also died on the toilet. But the thing is, I didn't know that he didn't die. I thought that he died in his prime. Like I didn't think that he would actually become like bloated and fat. Like I never thought that at all. So like that was just crazy. And then when you get to the final scene where they were actually able to capture not just the look of it, but the actual like the lines that he says, like Unchained Melody from an album called Unchained Melody. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. How you like it so far? Like they captured it so great. And then he just nails it, the singing. And then, of course, this movie just makes you like the Elvis soundtrack overall. So I really loved Elvis, and I thought it was a really good movie. 44, John Wick. I thought that this was another pretty good action film where, you got Keanu Reeves in this role, but you also just got some really deadly kills, and I'm so excited to watch the other John Wick movies that are out now. I just want to watch them so bad because I've heard great things about those films too. So that's kind of my thoughts on John Wick. I thought it was a really good action movie. 43, Arlo the Alligator Boy. I thought this was a nice little animated film from Netflix. Obviously, it seems more like a Nickelodeon show, like that show that Max Charles starred in. I forgot what it was called, or the Breadwinners, or something like the Breadwinners or something. I don't know. It was a good movie. It wasn't like the greatest thing ever, but it was a good movie. 42, The Call of the Wild. I thought this was a pretty good little film from 2020. I thought it it worked. I thought that it was just overall a good movie, just a good movie. Uh, I don't really know what else to say other than that, but like, it was a good movie. The dog itself looks a little bit weird at times, but overall, it was a good movie. It was most definitely a good movie. 41, and then exiting the 40s, we got Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian. I thought this was probably my favorite of the Night at the Museum films. I just loved everything about what they did with it. Just, it was an awesome movie. Just doing this in this new museum, doing having all these different characters and artifacts and stuff, and casting Amy Adams in it, and bringing in Kamun Ra and all these other dangerous people. I just thought it was a fun little film that basically did everything that you loved about the original Night at the Museum, but did it better. And even you actually have a little interaction with Ben Stiller and uh, Jonah Hill, which I thought was great. All right, so now we're doing new releases again. Yeah, it's gonna get a little annoying, but we gotta do what we gotta do to make this live cool. All right, let's go ahead and edit this. Retro. No, it's new. All right. So now we're starting off with the 50s through 41, and for new releases, and we're doing so. Coming from number 50, we got Father of the Bride. So I think I should have watched the original Father of the Bride, but personally, I thought that this was a film that was kind of related more for me, especially since like it focused more on like sort of like my parts of my family, where it actually focused on like Hispanic people, and I thought that was actually kind of cool. So we now got a Father of the Bride focusing on Latinos and stuff. 49, Lou or Lau, I don't know how to say it, but this was another pretty good film. You felt the suspense where you have the kid and mom working together towards the end. And overall, it was a cool little film, but not my favorite. 48, The Black Phone. I already talked about this movie, so we're just going to speed through that. 47, Falling for Christmas. This was actually Falling for Christmas. This was actually one of the newest Lindsay Lohan films, If you know me, I'm a huge fan of Lindsay Lohan. I loved her in Mean Girls. She's a great actress for me. And so when I found out that she's gonna be in a new Christmas movie or a new movie in general, I was like, that's gonna be great. I can't wait to see that. So I saw it and it was an overall pretty good film. It told a story that was, of course, generic. It had characters you enjoyed, but overall it had that Christmas spirit that I enjoyed, of course. 46, Secret Headquarters. So this was actually a superhero film starring Owen Wilson and Michael Pena, where Michael Pena is a supervillain and uh, Owen Wilson is a superhero. And I never thought I would have never imagined the day that they would be fighting together. And I mean, the action is pretty cool. The special effects are pretty cool, and overall, the superhero stuff is actually pretty cool. Where you have all this cool technology and stuff. So overall, it was actually like just overall cool, a cool movie. 45, Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the movie. So this was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie that I was leading up to, and overall, it was actually a pretty good film. Granted, it wasn't like the greatest movie out there, but it worked well enough. I thought it worked. It told this like time travel story where they go back in time to fix the timeline. Overall, I thought it worked well enough. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great or anything, but it was good. 44, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 2022. I thought this was actually a pretty good little film from Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. It was overall just a good movie. A good movie. 43, Choose or Die. I thought this was another good little horror film that worked well enough, that had this intrigue of that had all this stuff of like horror where it's like this girl was getting chased by a rat and it's like you're getting intensified as this keeps happening, and it's like it was just a cool little film that I liked. 42, Moonshot. I already talked about it, so next. 41, Better Nate Than Ever. This was another film that I did like. It was a cool story of like them trying to get into the Broadway show of Lilo and Stitch, which I thought was kind of weird, but it overall created a story that I thought was heartwarming enough. All right, so break time once again. All right, let's go ahead and get back to the list. So now we're doing 40 through 31. All right, so now we're starting with 40. And number 40 for retro films, we got Timmy Failure, Mistakes Were Made. I thought this was a pretty good little film. I thought that it had this like cool little story of this kid who was like owning a business, but he had an imaginary polar bear with him. And like when his business failed, it's like it actually felt like an actual mystery and stuff. So I thought it was kind of a cool little film. And even when it came to the perspectives of middle school, that's not how middle school is in real life. Trust me. But I thought it was cool. 39, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. I thought this was actually a pretty clever film where they were actually able to do some action sequences that worked well enough where they were also able to use Terminator in an interesting way where he was able to be sort of this father figure to this kid, but at the same time have some awesome moments of just victory. And I really like that. I also love what did with Sarah Connor too. And overall, it was just a good movie. An overall good movie. 38, Jay and Silent Bob. Strike Back. I thought this was another good little film where they had like this story of like them just hooking up with people, and it was just so much fun. But at the same time, you also just had a lot of this fun stuff of like cameo stuff with like all these pop culture movies and stuff, and it was just fun, and I really liked it. 37, Plan B. I thought this was actually a somewhat good movie. A somewhat good movie where they focused on trying to get uh this across the whole town to get an abortion, and this so that way they could get this baby out. And it's like that's crazy, man. And like there's just a lot of funny and crazy stuff that happens in the movie that's just wow, I can't believe it. 36, Spiral, a Jigsaw story, Spiral from the Book of Saw. I thought this was actually a pretty good film from the Jigsaw, from the Saw franchise. I thought casting Chris Rock in it was good, cool. And overall, it was just a pretty good film. There was some cool action, a nice little story. It was overall pretty good. 35, Nobody. I thought this was actually just another pretty good little action film that worked well enough. It told a somewhat pretty good story. That like it was better than John. Like it was an action film that kind of did something unique and different, where the action was great, but they told a story that kind of felt a little different in a different sense that I loved. So I really appreciated that. 34, Boss Level. I thought this was another great action movie from 2021 where you create this sort of uh this person who's trying to get home to his daughter or wife or something, and he's trying to complete this level, but he does the same thing every single day. And it's like You're kind of hoping like, is this gonna be the time he's gonna do it? Is this gonna be time? And it's like throughout the entire thing, you're having a lot of fun with it, but at the same time, you're also just loving the action. Like there's also times like he like takes his time, trains, and like goes to Michelle Yao to train to use a sword, and it's like it's so fun, so great, and I just had a lot of fun with it. 33 Tall Girl, the original film from 2019. I thought that this was a pretty good film of this girl who's tall, but it had characters that I liked, and it even stars Sabrina Carpenter, which I thought was cool. So overall, it just told a nice little story that I thought was overall pretty good. 32 Palm Springs. So this is kind of like a time travel sort of film that stars Jonathan, or not Jonathan, Andy Sandberg, and some other girl. And it has like this sort of time travel stuff where it's like where they actually like talk about time and all this stuff, and you have this like guy chasing after him. And overall, it was just a cool little story that I thought was intriguing enough. I also liked now the stuff with J.K. Simmons' character. I just never liked. It was just kind of mediocre. But besides that, I thought this film was overall pretty good. It was just good. But exiting 31, we got Batman Forever. I thought that Batman Forever worked really nicely. It told a pretty good Batman story, but then I loved Riddler. I loved Two Face. I loved the introduction to Robin. I loved all the action in the film. It was overall just a good movie, and I really liked it. All right, so now we can go back to the new releases. All right, so for me, coming in for me number 40, number 40, right? 40? 40. Yep, 40. And number 40 is Rosaline. So this was another film that kind of reminded me of like these old timey films where they dress in their own way, and it was overall a good movie. It wasn't like the greatest thing ever, but it was fine. 39 Hellraiser. I thought this was a pretty good little film. I thought that it had like the story of like these boxes that whenever you touch them, it cuts you. I thought it was overall a good movie. 38, Mr. Harrigan's Phone. I thought this was actually a pretty good little film where you have this kid go into this old man's house and he's like teaching him how to use a cell phone, but you're also dealing with with his school life, and it was overall just a good movie. And I don't really have any specific problems with it, but it was overall pretty good. 37, Rescued by Ruby. So coming off of The Flash, which I never watched The Flash, you got Austin Grant, or whatever his name is, the guy that plays The Flash, Dustin Grant. I thought that he played a good guy as a police officer, cop for police police dog officer. And when you lose the dog, it's like it's kind of cool. It's a cute little dog story. Nothing special though. 36. Jerry and Marge Go Large. I thought that this was another pretty good little film that worked well enough. It worked pretty good. Overall pretty good. And it had like this lottery storyline and all that. It was good. 35, Halftime, Jennifer Lopez, the Jennifer Lopez documentary. I thought this was a of her leading up to Halftime show. I thought it was a nice little documentary that explored of what led her to becoming to of what led her to her fame, and overall, it was just a good little movie. 34, Hocus Pocus 2. So I remember watching the first Hocus Pocus about like 5 years ago. I finally get to say that. Like we're in the Endgame era. 5 years ago. 2018 was 5 years ago. That's crazy. That's crazy. But anyway, the original Hocus Pocus I thought was good. And this one I feel like handled it a little bit better considering it's for my taste. This is the Hocus Pocus of my generation. And it was overall pretty good. I'm not the biggest fan of how they just somehow just started getting powers all of a sudden, like the other witches. But like I thought it was overall pretty good. 33, Night at the Museum, Kamon-Ra Rises Again. I thought this was another solid film uh from the from the Night at the Museum films. And once again, all the Night at the Museum films I think are really good. I think they all told good stories and they know how to do good stuff. I'm not the biggest fan that it just takes place in a whole picture the whole time, but overall, it was good and I enjoyed it. 32, Apollo 1.5, A Space Age Childhood. Personally, I thought this movie was really good. I mean, the way that they did the animation in this movie was just so good. I mean, it looks so realistic, but at the same time, they also were able to do this space story, but also tell what people would serve you if you were an 80s kid. So I thought that was like a really clever story. And exiting the 30s, we got 31, Disenchanted. I thought this was a worthy sequel to the original Enchanted. Granted, the original Enchanted is still better though, but this film still carries it. It, of course, does the fairy tale stuff that you expect from a film like this, whether it was uh, the cat, whether it's the squirrel turning into the evil cat, Giselle turning into the evil stepmother, and overall, it just worked on so many levels, and I really, really liked it. All right, so now let's head back to the retro films. So we got one, two, three, four, five, six. So we got like six more rows of films to talk about here, and then we're done. Because my you could tell my voice is fried. Whew. All right, so coming from me at number 30. Oh, sorry, I pressed something wrong. I'm looking at my list here. Coming from number 30, we got Anna Frank's Diary. So this is another movie I actually watched in school in my language arts class, and I actually somewhat enjoyed it. And I actually did watch it. Well, I was forced to watch it because of Anna Frank diary thing we were reading in class. But it was actually a pretty good movie. It told an interesting story of this girl who was like during the war, and there was a war going on outside, and she had to keep quiet and stuff. So I thought it was a good movie. 29, The Best Years of Our Lives. I just thought this was a really good film that uh you know basically did what it was supposed to do for Memorial Day, where it had these soldiers coming back home from the war and celebrating. And I thought that was actually a really cool storyline that you just having fun with them. And it was overall good. 26, 28, Enola Holmes. So coming off after the Sherlock Holmes universe, it's kind of like, how are you gonna make something new and fresh? You do a story with Sherlock Holmes' sister, and and honestly, this is the film where I understood why everybody was crushing on Millie Bobby Brown. Because at first, I just always saw her as 11 in Stranger Things because she's like almost bald, but like she has longer hair in this one, and not just in this one, but in real life as well. So I can tell why everybody likes her now. But besides that, it's able to do a story about this character who backwards means alone. Enola is spelled Enola, spelled backwards is alone. So technically, it's alone spelled backwards. And overall, I just thought it created a story that I thought was unique. It mixed in all the stuff that you like from Sherlock Holmes, and overall just did a good movie. 27, Don't Tell a Soul. I thought this was another good film where I like those movies where you have all these people going crazy in these relationships between brothers and sisters that you care for so much, and that's what this movie does. And it's like I really cared for it. I just really liked it a lot. So that's kind of my thoughts on uh, Don't Tell a Soul. That's kind of how I describe it. 26, Sing 2. So I was a massive fan of the original Sing. And so when they announced that they're making a sequel, I was like, okay, I'm ready for this. Granted, the original Sing is still better, but I still love the new Sing. And I think that they were able to they were able to make it much bigger, where you have a bigger story, where you have characters uh having new sets of goals to achieve in the film, so that way they can do this show. And and also the soundtrack is also great, like the first film, and it's catchy. And so overall, and also the new characters that they add in the movie are also great. So overall, I just really liked Sing 2. 25, Our Friend Martin. So this was a movie that I saw in school for this was a movie I saw in school for Martin Luther King week. And over honestly, I remember watching it a couple times in school once, but I never saw the full thing. But this time in school, I finally saw the full thing back in 8th grade. And I gotta say, it's a good movie. It definitely has that sort of great feel of um just Martin Luther King, and what would it be like if he never actually got killed? Like, it actually tells a really compelling story through that with characters that you don't really know, but it's fine. 24, Meet the Robinsons. Speaking of time travel stories, this is another good time travel movie where they were able to actually come up with this story and have these characters and trying to figure out who his mom is, and that he was living in a world that was created, that he was living in a time that was created by him, and that he actually met his true parents. And so I thought that it was actually really well crafted. So I thought that it was pretty cool. 23, Raisin in the Sun. This is a movie that I also saw in school in my theater class, and it was actually a pretty good film. It like captured all of the lines that I was doing in that show for my theater class. It was just overall a good film. I don't really know what else to say about that movie, but it was good. 22, The Fault in Our Stars. I thought this was a really good movie for especially for Valentine's Day. I thought it was good. It overall just worked really nicely. It had great relationships between the characters. The cast was great. It overall was just a pretty good movie. And then closing out for 30 through 21 mark, we got Flubber. So this was another movie I watched in my science class in school for 8th grade, and this was actually a pretty good film. Robin Williams is great as this nerdy scientist that give you a lot of like Bill Nye the Science Guy vibes, but not really. And honestly, I thought that was just really cool, really something great. So I really appreciated Flubber. All right, so that's it for that. Now we're going to take a quick minute break, and then we'll get back to it. All right, let's go back to new releases. Whew. So we only have 5 more of these to do. 5 more. It is getting a little dark out. It probably should. All right, so bring us into the top 30 for new releases. Number 30 is Lightyear. So this was of all the Pixar films that came out this year, this was the one I was most excited for because of just the idea of having a Buzz Lightyear film in the works. Like when they announced it, I was so excited. And then they announced that they're casting Chris Evans to play him. I'm like, not Tim Allen. Like, what are you doing? But then I'm like, once you saw the trailers, you're like, oh, yeah, it makes sense why they would cast him because he sounds like a actual person, not a robot. I mean, not a toy. And I think the movie that they gave us was somewhat good, but it wasn't exactly what I wanted. Where it's like they actually did come up with a good story to tell for the character Buzz, but it just wasn't exactly the best. Where it's like, why did they create a story of him doing time travel stuff where it didn't feel like anything big happening? Where it's like, and even then, like he didn't have the suit that he used to have in the Toy Story films until like the very end. The Buzz Lightyear character, even the Zurg character wasn't even that great. And so overall, it just didn't feel like a Buzz Lightyear film, but more like just a action space adventure that stars Buzz Lightyear in Pixar. Now, the other good thing is, of course, the animation is great. The characters are pretty good. I love the Socks robot character, cat character. He was cool. But besides that, movie was kind of disappointing at best. 29 Enola Holmes 2. I there was actually a lot of people that kind of were disappointed with this. Were Everybody seems to like the first Enola Holmes. I thought this was another great movie from Enola Holmes sequel, where they were able to once again just continue the stuff that you loved about the original film. Hold on, I'm sorry. I need to. It's getting a little dark in here. Hang on, let me turn this light on. There we go. We got light in here now. There we go. Uh, so so Enola Holmes. So yeah, I think it continued all the stuff that you loved about the original film while not really ruining it. And honestly, I think the big thing that I just want from this movie, I want a Henry Cavill Sherlock Holmes film. Sherlock Holmes quit The Witcher. I mean, Henry Cavill quit The Witcher. He's not going to play Superman anymore. Cat, do a Sherlock Holmes movie with him. That's all I need. But also do him for the MCU as well. Uh, 28. This is one that a lot of you absolutely hated. 28 is Pinocchio, the Disney movie remake. Personally, I know a lot of you. I know a ton of you absolutely hate this movie. Part of me understands why, but there's things in this movie that I did kind of like. I thought, and I liked Joseph Gordon-Levitt as Jiminy Cricket. I liked Tom Hanks as Geppetto. The kid that played Pinocchio was fine, though I don't know him actually. Sorry. Anyways, but like those things in this movie I like. Like they were able to change some stuff, like the beer scene. Like they were able to instead of them making just drink normal beer, they did root beer to make it for kids. Like you can't have kids drinking beer and smoking. You gotta make it PG-13 because like you gotta make it a little bit more appropriate for kids because why would a kid be smoking in the 21st century? They didn't know about that then, but they do know it now. So I thought it was overall a pretty good movie. The CGI was cool. I liked it. But overall, I liked it, and the new characters were good, and even the clock scene with all the Disney characters was cool too. 27, A Hollywood Christmas. So this was actually a cool little film that explored Christmas movies, except people making Christmas movies, but at the same time, also like told a story, but also told like a story of how making Christmas movies are and the perspective of them. And I honestly thought that was really cool, and so it turned out to be a heartfelt little Christmas film. Christmas film. 26, The Atom Project. I thought this was another pretty good little film from Netflix, where it was a time travel story. Honestly, there's a lot of time travel movies that have come out in the past couple months. And this is just another pretty good little film where it stars Ryan Reynolds, you got Zoe Saldana, and it also has some pretty cool action. You also got Mark Ruffalo as like Ryan Reynolds' dad. And overall, it was just a good little time travel story, and I thought it was careable enough. 25, A Christmas Mystery. I thought this was another good Diary of a Wimpy Kid film, and honestly, I liked it a little. I liked it a lot more than the original Diary of a Wimpy Kid, where they just told a much better story with this people, and I just thought they told a much better story with this movie. So I like the new Diary of a Wimpy Kid, and then of course they also did a great job with doing a great tribute to Ed Asner. So I thought that was great, as this was like one of his last movies. 23, A Christmas Story Christmas. Once again, just another pretty good Christmas movie that was a worthy sequel to the original film while not being better than the original film at all. It still told a worthy story. They used the style of the original film but told it in a new way. But overall, it worked really nicely. 22, Christmas with You. Honestly, I think this was probably one of the most heartfelt Christmas movies that I've ever watched. As it's like you have this pop star who has to make a Christmas album, and she goes to this family, and she's not even like hating on them, but she's like really sweet, and that's like you never meet people like that. You never meet anyone like that that's just so sweet, so heartfelt, and it's like I love that. I love that about people, and so I thought that was like something I really loved about the film. But coming in at number 21 is End of the Road. I thought this was just an exceptional film that got released on Netflix. It was just a overall good movie where you got this family living in a motel, and they hear a murder, and so they got to figure out whether they should keep the money or give it back to the people that want it. And it's the twist and turn that the old people are the killers. I thought that was crazy, but overall it was a good film, and the fact that it stars Ludacris and Queen Latifah, pretty cool. All right, so now we are in that top four category where we're going to do the top 20s and top 10s. I'm just let me do something real quick. All right, let's go ahead and continue the list. We're going to start off with the top 20s of the retro list. So let me edit this. Thirty-four. All right, so coming from number 20 for retro films is The Croods: A New Age. So this was my pick for, I believe, summer for 2022. And I thought this was a great way to start the summer because it was a great movie. And I guess you could say, like, because you have the characters already established, you know how the world works. So I just thought it was a nice little sequel. I'm not the biggest fan of the whole story with the behind the bananas plot of you can't eat the bananas plot line, but I thought it was a good movie. Number 19, Taken. I thought this was actually another good movie, a good action movie that, like, every step of the way you feel this intensity, but at the same time, it's like you also have to be like, yeah, I like the action too, and it's like you love that, and it's just like a classic story that I just really like, and honestly, it seems like everybody else loves it, so I really like Taken. Number 18 is The Last Duel. So this was actually a film that I think told a good story, but I think what also really did well was also just the action itself too. It also had a great cast, and overall, it was just a good movie. Number 17, West Side Story. So this was a Steven Spielberg film that came out back in 2021. Oh, by the way, excuse me for burping. I'm sorry. Uh, This was a Steven Spielberg film that came out back in 2021, 2 years ago. Crazy, I know. And overall, it was actually pretty good. You know, I think the way they did West in the Heights with Hispanic people and exploring that side of New York, you're exploring a different side of New York with this one, and I think that was really cool. But beyond that, the music stuff is also great. The songs are great. It was just overall a pretty good film. 16, Fruitvale Station. I personally just really like this film. This was a film that I watched to get ready for Black Panther Wakanda Forever. And I thought this film was really good, where they told this real life story of these people in Oakland. And you have this story of this guy that gets shot by a cop and he dies. And it is just terrifying. Like, if you were in that situation, like, it's crazy. So I honestly did like this movie though. It was really good. 15, Carol. This is actually the first ever movie I watched in 2022 of retro films, and I honestly just really liked it. I just thought it had heart. It had two great leads with Kate Blanchett and this other girl. Overall, it was just a good movie and a great New Year's film. 14, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. I thought this was just another really good film. Overall, just a really good movie. I just thought it was so good. Uh, Andrew Garfield was so good in the movie. Jessica Chastain was also good in it. All the actors were great. Just the performances of this, the story was also really good. And it was just overall a good movie. 13, Downhill. I thought this was a great film where I watched it about like what last month, no, like in November, and it's about this family that goes skiing, and they're like going down this hill, and they go down this. They're eating outside somewhere, and there's this big avalanche. Doesn't stop going, and the dad just leaves. He doesn't look out for his family. He just leaves, and you're thinking like, okay, an avalanche just hit. What now? Are they just going to continue with the movie? And the way they continue with the movie is they still stay on the fact that the dad left and didn't protect his family. And to me, that's interesting. And the performances of both of these people are great. With Will Ferrell and Julia Louis Dreyfus, I thought was great. Just the whole conflict between them was just absolutely great because both of them had because they both made sense. It made sense in light of the situation that happened, and so I was thinking like that's crazy. That's crazy. At number 12 is Beauty. So this was a film that I watched, I believe in June, I believe, or July, and I just really loved it. Where you got this girl who has talent, who has all this stuff, but her parents just don't want to see it like that. Her parents are just disrespecting her so badly, and it is just so crazy that this happened to her. And then she just nails it when she does her singing stuff or when she does all that stuff. It is just great. It's a great movie. And at number 11 for retro films, we got Fall from Grace. No, wait. A Fall from Grace. So this is basically like a murder mystery film where you got where he started out with this guy that killed someone that he knew, but it's this person that like it had like a twist and turn, but honestly the movie is just great. You got to go see it for yourself, but like he kills someone, she kills someone, and then there's like this murder case, and then someone gets framed, and then they realize that they were working together, and so it was just overall a great film. I loved a Fall from Grace. Now we're in the top 20s for new releases. And number 20, we got Hollywood. Oh no, wait. Wait. Hold up. All right. So coming from me, number 20 is Hollywood Stargirl, the sequel to Stargirl from 2020. I thought this was actually a great sequel to Stargirl that felt reasonable, but also it actually felt like a worthy sequel to the original film. And I thought that this film was actually better, where it focused on a story of this girl about Stargirl that like her mom keeps working, she never can she they keep moving and she can't really explore life or make any friends. And so it's like it explored an interesting story with her, while at the same time it also like gave her a job and also like really just explored life. And I just thought that this film was overall really, really good. Number 19, Elvis. I already talked about it, so I don't really need to talk about it again. Number 18 is Day Shift. So this was a movie on Netflix. It's a movie that stars Jamie Foxx, and you got and it's basically Jamie Foxx as a vampire hunter. And I had a lot of fun with this movie. I mean, I think the greatest thing about this movie is really just the action sequences. I mean, all of them are just well choreographed. I mean, and even other than that, besides the action, I mean, you got a fun set of characters with Jamie Foxx and this guy who always pees his pants all of a sudden. But it's like that; those action sequences were also really cool. And then even then, You even got Snoop Dogg in here, who uses a shotgun, and it is just absolutely amazing, and it's just great. I really enjoyed it. Number 17 is Senior Year. So this was basically a movie, like a basic movie of like a girl who's in high school doing, high school stuff. And I was like, okay, I don't see what the whole point of this movie is. Then she does like a trick, and then she falls on her back. 22 years have passed, and she's an adult, and that she's been in a coma for 22 years. And and honestly, like it like the humor was funny, and it's like it honestly just kind of worked really nicely for the story that they were telling, and it's like it was funny. You like the characters, and overall, it was just a movie that I really connected to, and it was just a movie that I thought was pretty fun. Number 16, Sneakerella. So this was a movie that I was thinking when they announced this movie, I was thinking like, this is gonna be another Cinderella spin-off, another Cinderella movie, and it's really not that at all. It kind of takes where they actually do the Cinderella story in a very different sense, where they make the person that has the bad life, which is the guy, which is the son who has the evil stepbrothers and the evil stepfather, and they're not making it a magical land, but they're making it in New York City. But then they also got instead of glass slippers, they got shoes, really good shoes, and making shoes and all that stuff. And then you got the love interest, which is the princess, and it feels like that. So they were actually able to do something different with the Cinderella spin-off franchise and do something kind of unique with it. And even then, the music was kind of clever, where it's not like a dream is your wish your heart makes. Like it's not that at all. It actually does something unique with it, and I like that. Number 15, Polar Bear. This is a Disney nature film from Disney Plus. I thought this was a really good nature film. Of course, the shots are absolutely gorgeous, but then of course, it's just great to see all the polar bear isms and all the polar bear cuteness in it. It's just overall really, really good. 14, Dog. So this was actually a movie I saw back in February, and I saw with my dad. Um, and overall, it was just overall such a good movie. Just seeing Channing Tatum train this dog, bring him back to this place, and overall, it was just a good movie. It was a heartfelt movie, and also it was a good movie seeing with my dad. 13, Hotel Transylvania 4 Transformania. So, I was a little bit skeptical going into this movie because I'm like, how can this movie be any good? But they actually crafted a story that worked well enough that was able to work, and I thought it worked like really nicely. And overall, it was just a really, really good movie. And even then, like they even casted Brian Hall to play Dracula, and he actually kind of works. So I thought that was cool. Number 12, Home Team. This is basically like the Kevin James sports movie that I thought that worked well enough, but it wasn't the greatest movie ever. But I thought it was actually really, really good. Um, as you have like you have all these people like care for each other and stuff. It was overall just a really good movie. And the last film before we get into the top tens for both lists, at number 11 we got Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. At for number 11, I thought this was a solid movie, a solid sequel to Doctor Strange. Granted, the original Doctor Strange is better for me, but I think that this movie handles the story of Doctor Strange great. explore the multiverse, but not in the most massive way possible because we got to save it for Secret Wars and whatnot. But I thought they told a good multiverse story. Uh, I like the Illuminati, even though they get killed off real quick. I'm not the biggest fan of what they did with Wanda and her arc, where she would find a universe that just had her kids, but not have find a universe where Vision exists too. But I guess that WandaVision was the series to deal with her guilt of her of Vision, and Doctor Strange was the movie to deal with her guilt of to deal with her loss of her kids. So I guess that was kind of cool, I guess, but it wasn't the best well executed story. All right, and also I also like America Chavez and all the action sequences that went on it, and all the Sam Raimi-isms. All right, we're about to enter the top 10 for retro movies. Let's go and do it. All right. So bringing us into the top 10 for my 10th favorite film of retro films of this year. At number 10 is Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. So, I was a little bit disappointed with Deathly Hallows Part 1. That was kind of weak. This film comes in and it basically is the end game of all Harry Potter films, where you finally get all the moments you want, where you get all the characters together, you get satisfying deaths, but you also get the fight we've all been waiting for many years between Harry Potter and Voldemort finally coming together to fight, and it's awesome. And I loved it. At number 9 is The Kindness of Strangers. So this is a movie I haven't talked about much, but it's basically about this family that sort of is like going through New York, and they're sort of like trying to find their way, and it also deals with like almost like running out of food, losing their jobs, and it was just overall a very very good film, and I really really loved it. At number 8 is The Batman. So it's kind of sad that I have to put this movie in this on this part of the list because this is a really good movie. Like, first off, Robert Pattinson is great as Batman. He's great. But you also just got great stuff of the world of Gotham. One of the great things about this movie is that when you look at this movie, like when you look at Spider-Man, it's kind of like Spider-Man is kind of like Gotham is kind of like a character. But with this movie, it's kind of like New York is like a hero. Is like Gotham is kind of like a character too, and like that's kind of why everybody wants sequels to these movies because there's a lot of it feels like it has a lot of history, and then even then with Catwoman, Colin Farrell as Penguin, Paul Dano as the Riddler, all of that was just great. The performances were great. The score from um, Michael Giacchino was great, who did the music for Lightyear, the music for Coco, the music for Spider Man. All of that was great. The action itself was kind of weird a little bit, especially we're now in a day and age where I feel like we should be getting really good Batman action sequences, and this movie just doesn't do that. But it's whatever. And also, there were some. It's not exactly a masterpiece in it or anything, but it's definitely a very good movie and definitely worth watching. Number 7, Tick Tick Boom. I thought this film was very good. Coming off before, uh, basically, other than the other Spider-Man films, I haven't seen anything other than Spider-Man with Andrew Garfield, and so this was like my second introduction to Andrew Garfield being awesome, and he's just awesome in this movie. I mean, the singing in this movie is so great. The songs are so likable. The song that he has with Vanessa Hudgens in the movie is great, and The movie overall just tells this story that is so impactful of him writing music and has all the relationships with him and like making music and everything, and it's just so great. The performances are great. It's just overall a great, great film. At number six is the ultimate playlist of noise. So basically, if you don't know what this movie is, it was released back in 2021. And it basically follows this guy that gets seizures and he has to get and so to order to stop the seizures from happening, he has to do surgery that will make him become deaf. Which to a lot of you that may seem like that's a bad thing. So he basically goes across the entire world to record sounds and hear them so that way before he goes deaf, he could hear those sounds for one last time before he goes deaf. And like he loves sound so much. And I feel like with this movie, they were actually able to create a story that really explored life, that explored just going out and like just having a good time in life. And that's what this movie really did so well. Like it's not just the story of him doing it before he becomes deaf, but really just having a good time and exploring life and everything. And it was just so much. It was so good. I loved the ultimate playlist of noise. So yeah, that's number six. Number five, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. So this is by far my favorite Harry Potter film. I would most definitely say that. Personally, I mean, it's a time travel story, so it's like there's also a lot of twists and turns with the rat being this evil guy. Just a lot of great stuff in this movie. The time travel stuff was also cool. They got to go back in time to all these other events. It was just really great. And number four is The Hunchback of Notre Dame. For me, this was just a great film that I thought worked so well. At first, everybody kept saying it was like so bad, but I'm like, it's really not. Like, first off, the animation is just fantastic. Plus, the songs are great. It pretty much has all the strengths that the other Renaissance films have, and that's why I love this film so much. Is that it just because of those things where it has great animation, great songs, great music, great characters, a story that you care about, and it just does it in spades, in my opinion. I will say, I'm not the biggest fan of what they do with the character of Frollo and the fact that he, like, is in love with Esmeralda, but he wants to kill her. Like, that whole story was just not that great, the best. But overall, I loved The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Bringing us into the top for best retro films, for top three retro films. Number three is The Mitchells versus the Machines. So if you don't know what this movie is, this is basically a Sony animated film from 2021. It was from the studio that brought us the Emoji Movie, which a lot of you be like, oh my god, why do you have this movie so high up? I'll get into that in a minute. But it's also from the creators of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which a lot of you love that film, so that's going to be a big win for you. And honestly, to start out with this movie, I mean, come on. The animation is gorgeous. I mean, much like with Into the Spider-Verse, where they were able to do this very comic booky animation where every shot just feel like a comic book come to life, this movie felt like kind of comic booky, but also very cartoonish, and the way that all the characters moved was very unique and stylized, and I just really liked that. But at the same time, it's not just the animation that worked. They were also able to do the characters right, where each character had something going on where the main girl character, she's making movies and her dad doesn't really perceive of it. And that's kind of why on my Instagram story once I said that this movie's kind of relatable, where I'm the one that wants to do movies when I grow up. I love Marvel. And I'm not going to say that the dad character relates to my dad personally, but the dad character relates to my whole family because they don't really perceive of me. They don't really love Marvel like I do. Like they're not gonna watch Marvel all the time. And then like the dad likes talking about pine cones all the time. The mom, I I don't think she has anything interesting about her besides that she becomes like this true badass at the end of the film. Or even the brother who likes to talk about dinosaurs all the time, and he wants to have a friend to talk about dinosaurs with, and and then even then when it comes to like when it comes to like pop culture and stuff, it's funny, but it also finds ways to like incorporate it into the movie where it's funny, and then even then the movie is incredibly funny as well. So, and then even when it gets to like the machines plot line, it's pretty cool. But overall, if you're just a fan of overall good movies, if you liked Into the Spider Verse, if you just overall like good animated films, if you like good movies overall, this is a movie for you, and I love because you'll love it. I will say the machines plotline taking over thing wasn't exactly the best, but the rest of the movie is fantastic. So I love Mitchell's vs. the Machines. At number two is Joker, the 2019 film from Joker, the DC film from 2019. So I would say that this is definitely one of my favorite comic book movies of all time now. Because first off, Joaquin Phoenix's performance as Joker might be one of the best things coming from this film. One of the best. I mean, this is probably the best Joker, the best Joker laugh, and the best performance of any comic book character ever. I mean, I love Heath Ledger, don't get me wrong, but like this version just works so well. Where they're not doing just the basic thing where you have big epic action sequences. You're not doing all that again. You actually set up a character that feels realistic, where they come up to this thing where where they do this story where the laugh that Joker has, they make it like he has this condition when really it's not. It's a part of him, of what makes him the Joker, and they were able to create that in such a unique sort of sense. Beyond that, the characters throughout the entire story, you actually like felt for them. You actually like hated them so much and felt bad for Arthur Fleck at the same time. And even then, like the way he becomes the Joker, it still feels like the comic booky thing, but leads him to madness. And I just love the origin of Joker in this film. And even then, the kills are great, and the soundtrack is also great. So it has great performances, and it just does something really unique with the Joker character that I never thought we would actually ever get. I will say this, it does ruin a bit of the uniqueness though, because we're getting a sequel, because it's like one of the unique things when this movie was coming out was that it exists. Kind of like Into the Spider-Verse. Part of my reason why I don't like it as much anymore, which I still love that film. I still love Into the Spider-Verse. We're getting a sequel and doesn't feel as unique anymore now, so that's kind of my thoughts on it. But overall, I loved Joker. But coming in number one, we got Whiplash. So you're probably wondering why I put this movie number one. So I was thinking it was just gonna be another basic, uh, rock band movie, but it's kind of more than that. Where you got J.K. Simmons screaming at this kid for being fat, right? And he just keeps throwing out insults. And I'm not gonna lie, his insults are hilarious. I'm not gonna lie to you about that. But the big thing is that we all have those people in our lives that push us to be better than what we are supposed to be. And I just love that this film gives that theme so forcefully. It does it so incredibly well. And the performances are great. The story of the characters are great. You care about the characters, and it's like you kind of hate J.K. Simmons' character, but you're also laughing at his insults at the same time. So it's like overall, this movie was fantastic. I loved Whiplash. Okay, we got 10 movies to talk about more in the new release side. So, we finally made it to the top 10, guys. Let's go. Finally made it to the top 10 for new releases. Let's go. Okay, so entering the top 10 for new releases, and then we're going to be done. Number 10 is Turning Red. So I actually think of all the Pixar films that came out this year, I would say Turning Red is probably the better film overall. Mainly because it, first off, the animation is great. It just reminded me a lot of like the anime stuff. But also just kind of told this story, like obviously it felt kind of relatable to me. Where it took that story format that Ratatouille and Brave used, and they used it in a very interesting sort of sense that I just thought was overall pretty interesting. And even in the characters, you like where it's like I want friends like that because that care a lot. So it's like it's cool. So it's like overall, I really liked Turning Red. Number 9, Kimmy. So before we got the Batman, before we saw Catwoman in the Batman, we saw her in another film where she was a girl that used a voice recording thing, where she was sort of like an Alexa or Siri thing, and I thought this was a great performance from her, or Zoe Kravitz, I believe that's her name. Such great performance. Absolutely, really liked it. Overall, great. Number 8, The Fallout. So uh, this is basically the film that I saw. Uh, that basically focuses on this. It stars Wednesday actress. Uh, what's her name? I forgot. Jenna Ortega. Yeah, Jenna Ortega, and it's basically focuses on like this girl who deals with a school shooting, and it is pretty sad, but it's also kind of very good in the way they tell its story. And overall, I just thought it was overall really good. Number 7, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. So this was probably one of those skeptical films of the entire year. And if you don't know, it's because of the saddening of the uh, of the sad death of the great and late Chadwick Boseman right there. And obviously we were grieving about him, but one thing I was certain about was like, how are they going to do the new Black Panther movie without him? And somehow they managed to make a film that was able to honor Chadwick Boseman's legacy, but also told a great story, for the continuation of the characters from the first film, where you have Shuri, who doesn't believe in Bast, who doesn't believe in God or the ancestral plane. She just dives herself into her technology, and that was an interesting story to come up with. You got Nakia, who raises T'Challa's future son in Haiti. You got Okoye, who actually deals with the consequences of the first film, where she was helping uh, Killmonger when he probably killed T'Challa. And I'm like, this movie actually has real consequences. And then even M'Baku, which I kind of liked, he was a fun scene stealer, which I liked that we got more of him. He was great. But then I also loved the introduction of Namor and the world of Talokan, where it's basically like an underwater Wakanda, except with Mexican people, which I thought was kind of interesting. And I want to see more of them. I loved Dominic Thorne as Riri Williams Ironheart. I thought that was great. All the action in the film was great, and it was honestly a lot better than what we got in the first Black Panther. The soundtrack isn't exactly as good as the first film. Uh, it is also kind of emotional. I also thought Angela Bassett's performance was great. Letitia Wright's performance was great. All the performances in this movie were absolutely fantastic. the movie overall was just fantastic, and it was a worthy successor to the original Black Panther. Now, I will say this: the movie itself, there's a storyline in here that just does not work for me. I'm like, this whole Ross and Valentina plotline. I'm just not doing well with it. So, other than that, this movie was great. I loved it. At number 6 is Emancipation. So coming off of after the Will Smith and Chris Rock smack at the Oscars this year, I was thinking, how are they gonna do another Will Smith movie? Because if he wins an Oscar, how's he gonna get it for next year's Oscars? Is he gonna get it in the next 10 years? If he's banned from it for 10 years, we'll have to wait and see, I guess, if this movie wins him back to go to the Oscars next year. But I personally thought this was a great film that, first off, Will Smith's performance was great, as this time where Abraham Lincoln was going to free the slaves. And so it just told a story that worked really nicely. There was actually some pretty cool action, and the coloring of like it being in black and white, but at the same time the grass being green was honestly just really cool and a really cool visual. And then even then, when you go into like the swamp, you have all these crocodile fights. Like, it was honestly just a really cool film, and I just really loved it. At number 5 is Orphan First Kill. So this was a movie that I was a little bit skeptical going into it because, of course, I was always excited for it because it was a sequel to my favorite horror film of all time. And so I was like, okay, if they're going to take the concept of bringing Esther back and going after the rest of that family, I'm down. I'm down. But they decided to, but then they announced that they put out the trailer, and they basically put it in for the they basically put it in for the original family that Esther had, and I'm like, oh my god, they're gonna do it with the original with the original family she had. I'm like, why? Like, it's just gonna be the same thing. She's just gonna fall for the original tricks that she had. But somehow, when you get into the film, of course you have some great Esther kills here and there. But when you get to that twist, where you realize the son and the mom are psychotic, much more psychotic than Esther is, that's where this film becomes great and it becomes peak. And I'm like, that is great. And I was like, that was a great twist. And the fact that her real name is not Esther was also great. Great twist. I thought this film was great, though the original Orphan is still better. At number 4, Beauty. I kind of already talked about it, so we'll just speed through the top 3. In third place, Halloween Ends. Yes, I have it in third place. I thought it was a great movie. I mean, I know it's not the best way to close out the Halloween franchise, but I thought it did a good story with Corey and exploring the person of what if someone else became another Michael Myers in the town of Haddonfield. And then, of course, the final showdown between Michael Myers and Laurie Strode was overall pretty good. But that's all I really got to say. Was it the best way to close out the Halloween franchise? No. But I thought it was overall, I thought it told a good story, though. And it's crazy that Michael Myers is finally dead. And number 2 is A Jazzman's Blues. So this was a movie that I honestly just really liked because it explored a story of these people who had to be separated, and it was just overall kind of like a sad story. I was thinking it was it took place in Louisiana, but it actually took place in Georgia. Or in New Orleans, but it took place in Georgia, and it was honestly just a great movie. The actors were great. The overall thing was great. And then, of course, number 1 is The Batman. I already talked about it. The acting is great. All the characters are great. Gotham was portrayed well. Everything about the film, besides the action and it not really being a masterpiece, was overall the movie was great. Finally, it's 6:22. we finally finished this. Thank you guys so much for watching. I know there's some people that popped in, but now I'm able to watch this 4-hour stream. I remember last year was like 6 hours I did this, or almost 5 hours. But I guess that was because I started 10 minutes late. And I also spent like an hour like editing my list. So it's a good thing I started before. All right, so that is it for now until we do more videos. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. All my social media stuff in the link box section over there. And come back tomorrow for my review of the last 6 months of 2022 between December and July of 2022. And I'll see you guys in the next couple of videos and live streams. Goodbye.